call came to have a camera that I could say, this is my camera for 4K acquisition. I started looking at the Vericam, and I discovered that dual ISO function, the native 800 and the native 5000 dual ISOs. I wasn't quite sure what I would do with that at first. I saw some tests online. I thought I would do some myself. So I started to explore the high ISO shooting and available light on the streets, which is essentially what everyone does when they first try out the camera. And this is the test that I shot as a test of the high ISO function. And the screen changing over? Great, thank you. Okay, so this is Highland Park in Los Angeles. Oh, a little stuttery. Okay, well, we'll excuse the motion cadence there. That's not due to the camera. It must be the file that we're looking at. So that's 4,000 ISO, not shot at a very wide open stop. This is with a zoom at probably a T4. Okay, we're gonna work on this video a little bit. Okay, I'll just keep vamping about the Vericam V35. When I shot this, the LT had just come out, but we weren't able to get that for the show that I was using, which did have a fair amount of handheld and Steadicam in it, so I thought it would be a great choice. But my camera operators told me that the V35 was actually a lighter camera than the Alexa, and my Steadicam operator is very comfortable with it. So I think they're both extremely formidable cameras. Okay, we're going to try again with this clip. There we go, okay. All right, so here's my friend Katie crossing the street in Highland Park. And I was very impressed with the tonality, which you're probably going to be able to see a little bit better at home than on the stage here. The sky held, the headlights held, and most importantly, the skin tones are very clean. I did a very mild correction in color. We just took some green out, but this is, of course, modern, sort of nasty street lights that have a lot of spikes in the spectrum. And I looked at this and I said, boy, that's all available light, by the way. There's no augmentation there. So I was very impressed with this, and presented this to the producers of the show that I was about to shoot and said, look what we did with no lighting. And that opened up a lot of possibilities, because traditionally in production, when we shoot night exteriors, there's a few things that have to take in consideration. One, traditionally, has been high-speed lenses, primes. We were an all-zoom show for speed, so we would have to have an additional package for night shooting. On top of that, you tend to bring in a condor with a big backlight. You run cable up and down the street. There's a lot of rigging involved. And it's a relatively expensive process shooting out on location, which for a smaller scale television show is a bit formidable, so they tend to limit that. But once we looked at this test, we said, you know what, I can let the backgrounds go. The Vericam is holding a really natural look in the background. All we have to do is treat the foreground as we need to. So that led us into our night exteriors are covered. What I discovered after that, when I started to think about it more, was I want to see what happens if I start to downrate the camera from 5,000 to bring the ISO down. Because what I discovered is, when I did tests, that 800 and 5,000, while they're very similar in many ways, there is a little bit of noise that comes in at ISO 5000 native. It's certainly not objectionable. In fact, it's some of the better looking noise that I've seen. It doesn't look, it's more grain-like than noise. But in situations where I didn't want to introduce that, let's see what happens when we start cranking it down. So in the testing, I discovered that when you downgrade or dial down the ISO from 5,000 to around 2,500 to 2,000, the signal-to-noise ratio becomes very similar to the native 800. The image looks, as far as I'm concerned, all but identical. So this led to an interesting school of thought where I said, well, if that's the case, under a controlled situation that isn't necessarily low light to begin with, such as all my studio work where I'm creating everything from scratch, what if I just went at that higher ISO of 2,000 to 2,500? I can cut the wattage of all my instruments in half. My lighting package becomes smaller, cooler running, cheaper, and also that's referring to my big tungsten units. Now the LED units that we have that we like to use, the light mats and so forth, those tend to be a little bit underpowered, especially when you start putting them through diffusion. So now going at a higher ISO, they become effectively more powerful. I started looking at this as a win-win, and especially when I found out that the stage we're about to start shooting on for this next show had some power issues, and my gaffer said, "Yeah, I've worked here before. We tripped the well, not the breakers, but they had some power outages because of running too many lights at certain situations." So I found I had been. Ooh. Hello. All right, I'll hold it carefully, see if that works. Good. Okay. I'll keep my pinky out for the remainder of the show. So I started sort of took a big swallow and said, all right, this is what we're going to do. Our 10K that would be our sunlight gag coming in through the windows, we're going to make that a 5K. Everything else is going to get cut in half. And, once you've gone down that road, you can't really go back. So we lit the set. It looked phenomenal. I was super happy with it. And at that point, I was now at a T4, I think ISO 2000 on stage, which worked out really well. What I like about shooting at that ISO rather than the 5000 is you can still judge your ratios by eye. When you work at 5000, the camera's seeing far more than our eye can see, and it's a little confusing looking when you walk away from the monitor and you look at the actor, you go, I don't even know what I'm really looking at, it's so dim. 2000, 2500, that's still pretty close to what we see. Maybe just a touch brighter at 2500. So it started to feel very comfortable as a way to work. And then what was really cool I discovered was if we needed to go to a high speed, if we needed to overcrank the camera, well, my lens is open to a 2.8, so there's one stop. And if I was at 2000, I could easily go up to 4000 or even 5000 and buy myself another stop or a stop and a third. So at that point, I'm at 2 and a third stops extra, which is all you need to go from 24 frames up to, I want to say that's 120, but I think I might be off by a third. Mitch, do you know the numbers on that? Did I get that right? 96 frames, there you go, thank you. I called in a lifeline on that one. So we're going to see a little bit of that later. So what I'm going to show next is some of the stage work. And I think actually what we start off with is some of the street work that we did at high ISO. And this is out on location in LA. The only lighting is going on in the foreground. Everything in the background is existing. I think we were just carrying a little LED China ball for the walking shots. And this, by the way, is knocked back down in post. I crushed it a little bit. I was playing it a bit safe. I like to, when I'm working in low light levels, I like to overexpose a little bit, and we let it down. And then in color do the same thing, and that suppresses any of the noise and also gives us room to bring the faces back up, because the way comedy tends to work is everyone can sign off on a look, and then someone down the road might go, we want to see in the faces a little bit more. So that gives me the protection to do all of that. Now this was actually a particularly interesting situation. We had scouted various locations around this neighborhood to shoot, and as the light is going down for the beginning of that that shooting period around 6 o'clock, the director said, hey, I like this alley. Why don't we shoot there? And I said, well, great. I have never seen what that looks like at night, so I don't know if it's going to work or not. I don't think there's going to be enough light. We'll see. And as it turned into dusk and then night, I said, yeah, I don't know. There's not a lot of light going on down there. And I actually had the transportation department take a car down to the end of the street, turn it around to turn the headlights onto a building in the back, because I just didn't want her to block up, which would be, you can't really see it, it's over her shoulder there. As night fell completely and we turned the camera on, I looked at the monitor, I went, well, I'm completely wrong. There's plenty of light. In fact, in some places there's more light than I would even have preferred. The building on the right there, I didn't necessarily want as bright as that, but at 5,000, it popped. So there's a situation where without that high ISO, you'd have to go, no, I don't think we can. I don't have time to light it. And in this instance, we didn't need to. She was lit with, I think we did a big soft source as a fill off to the right. We maybe had a traveling China ball. Kind of going back a little bit. I think she walks in, eventually she walks into a static source, but I think we did a China ball on a pole, which is the same for this shot, just to add a little bit of fill. It's an interesting balance, just trying to find the, naturalistic to realistic. I'm sorry, to cinematic, I should say. Okay, so that's that night. Well, there's a little bit more night stuff here. Now, hopefully at home you can be able to see it, and again on this monitor, I think with all the ambient here, it's hard to see, but there is level up in that sky. That is not a pitch black sky. And that was very dark that night. I can dream. I don't know. I don't remember what happened here. Romantic moments. Dashed. Okay, so this is now the interior stage work. And I'll just hold it there. So the outside the windows on the left, the French doors, that's Translite, rear lit, that we shot for the show. There is a balcony railing, which you can see a little bit of, and a bicycle that are lit from above. And that's a 5K that's coming in that you can see a little bit of on the chair just behind her and on the floor. And again, normally that would be a 10K. What I really liked, again, is I had control of my blowout. I really wanted to get the outside hot because there was a lot of concern going into this that the Translite would look fake. We really didn't want one of those shows. It was not supposed to look like a sitcom. And I felt very comfortable with the idea that if I'm not getting enough out of my instruments, I can always notch the camera up one more notch. We can take another bump up in ISO if we need to. We didn't need to. Now for key light on this show a lot, I use an 8x book light, which is a pretty standard thing. And if I remember correctly, we generally use a single Cineo unit bouncing into it. And for anyone who's not familiar with book light, that's an ultra bounce going through diffusion. So you're bouncing and then diffusing, which takes away a lot of the output level of any instrument. Cineo is a pretty good instrument, but that's a lot to ask of it. But again, at this ISO, it gave me all the level that I needed. And being an LED, we could dim it up and down without color balance issues. It was a really nice way to work inside that stage. That's simply a day blue backing that we just lit as hot as we possibly could. We were not allowed another Translite out that way. Every time that door opened, I kind of go, close the door. But it works. You don't think about it after a while. So what's funny here is we're talking about high ISO, which generally means shooting in low light environments and dark. But again, what I'm stressing is it's a tool that goes well beyond that into a different way of working, a more nimble way of working. Again, those smaller LEDs become more powerful. And the thing is, for a lower range show, the rental on LEDs is generally higher than traditional units, than traditional tungsten units. Getting a unit that will replace even a 5K, let alone a 10K that's LED, costs many times more. So we had to be very judicious about which instruments we used. And again, this is stretching the smaller ones further. So here's a situation that we shot at least 96 frames. And that's an intentional flare up at the top right, by the way. Sunlight action. And I did not have to switch out from my zooms. We may have even stayed at a 4. We probably opened up to maybe a 2.8 and a third and took the rest on the ISO. But as you see, the look doesn't really change. Okay, so that was Mary and Jane for MTV. The next show, Cassandra French's Finishing School, which was on Audience Network, was a similar vibe. And I said, well, you know, we're on a roll. Let's keep with the Varicam. It was actually a slightly smaller show. On that one, I'd specifically been told the night exteriors were being written out. And I said, all right, okay, let me show you that demo I did again and some of the footage from this. And suddenly those scenes were allowed to remain in the show because I promised that we could shoot them without a lot of fuss. This was an interesting situation. On our monitor here, again with the ambience, maybe it looks a little bit better to you guys than it does to, well, it's a little washed out. Okay. This was a night exterior that we got rushed into. We had an hour to get from the interior to the exterior and shoot this entire scene with coverage before they were going to shut us down. And I said, well, let's see what the camera can do. Making sure that this is, yeah. Okay, good. So this is actually completely available light, just these practicals. And there is sky detail up in the top left. But, you know, this is a show where I also want to experiment a little bit. Comedy has changed a bit from back in the day. We are allowed to get a bit darker. And this one, the director said, take it as dark as you can. Let's make it almost a silhouette, which was kind of a fun experiment. And continuing on again on stage, going for a naturalistic look, and using relatively small instruments outside in that window. I think of the tungsten units, nothing bigger than a 2K. And what I like about the Varicam, what I expect in any camera that I'm going to use, is how well does it hold the skin tones under the best conditions. Most cameras do that. When you start to underexpose and go to these high contrast ratios, how well does it hold everything? And I was very impressed. I was able to do what my gut told me to do on this show, and Varicam came through for us. And you look at this stuff, you don't think high ISO. Again, why would you? But helped us move quicker. Night exterior, I think there's a big source off to the right, and everything else is available. And now this, let's see. Again, we might have a hard time seeing on that monitor, but the top left corner of sky, I think you can just start to see there's a little bit of gradation in there. It pops a little bit more when you're looking directly at the clip. This is a situation, shooting at 800, maybe wide open on speeds, we would have survived it. By that I mean that I have no backlight edging out these actors, so I'm relying on the separation of their heads against the sky. With an 800 ISO camera, I definitely would have brought in a Condor for this. On this show, I didn't need to. So any light that you see in the background is coming from street lights. The interesting thing with the high ISO is not getting greedy and automatically pinning it as high as you can, because sometimes the night exteriors start to look like a lunar landscape and they don't make sense. So you kind of have to find that thing that looks natural to the eye and then light to that. And this driving work is actually rear projection. The rear projection process is pretty interesting. The trouble I've had with it in the past is getting the screens bright enough for the day work to actually blow it out at 800. And with the Varicam, I was able to do that. Key and Peele is the first show that I shot where we used the rear projection in these desert driving scenes, and I'm struggling to get just enough heat outside, more than enough with the Varicam. And this is exterior Griffith Park. We set this up, everything was looking great, downtown skyline looking wonderful, and then clouds rolled in, marine layer. We lost all of downtown, and the sky just went really dark. So I notched the camera back up a little bit more than what I had it set at. And away we went. Some lights for the actors, and just enough ambience in the sky to hold separation, and I have the black hair kind of disappear into it. That's all available out in the street. Now, available light shooting sometimes is a necessity and sometimes is a choice. The current sort of vogue for television production, unless you're doing a very stylized show, is to go as naturalistic as possible. So it's kind of a win-win if you're on a show that allows you to embrace that, and is also saying, let's go faster, faster, faster. So it's kind of have the ability to work both sides of that. They're not countering each other, they're augmenting each other and helping each other along. So that's it for the video portion. Any questions? I know I have a few. No, Chris, go ahead. Now the question is the LT a good B camera to the V35? As far as I'm concerned, absolutely. Image quality is the same. There was a few issues early on that we addressed with Panasonic, such as the look around. Originally there wasn't a look around in the viewfinder, which we find very important for our operators to see booms and things coming. We asked for it, they gave it to us. So what we found in general is that Panasonic is really listening and improving, and the LT continues to gain functionality. It seems like there's a firmware update every couple of months, which is getting very exciting, I think, for LT owners, of which I've considered becoming one myself as it gets more and more capable. But the look is identical. I've used a V35 with an LT, and certainly in the final product, I can't tell which one's which. Eric. I love that I know these guys, but I just know people in the audience now.
You may have addressed it, wasn't here. Native 800, native 5000, the mid ISOs and the high are they as clean as 5,000? Or do you find yourself having to go to 5,000 and then, God forbid, empty back?
Well, it's not God forbid. I was actually explaining that a little bit earlier. It is a very different animal going up from 800 to 2,000 than coming from 5,000 down to 2,000. The camera it works much better if you start high and pull it back. In fact, I don't think I've ever gone above 800 in the native mode. My guess is I would probably treat it similarly as I do to Alexa, which is at most go to the 1280, 1250, whichever version that is, if I need that just tiny bit of extra. But beyond that, I have no reason not to go to 5,000 and bring it back down again. As I understand it, Mitch, help with this if you know any differently, the only drawback to dialing down the ISO from 5,000 is that you're truncating your dynamic range slightly. It's shifting. I think you gain a little bit in the shadows, but you lose some in the highlights. Is that correct, roughly? Yeah. So the good thing about that, as far as I'm concerned, is the times that I do it, as we saw here, is on stage when I have complete control over everything. So if I start to see a highlight pushing a little over into clip, or at least moving towards a blowout, we just dial it back down on the light. And in some instances, it actually helps because, as you saw, liking to blow out those exteriors, it'll happen a little bit quicker for me at 2,000. So again, kind of a win-win. Yeah, I have not had any issues bringing the ISO down whatsoever. And as I said, it really improves the noise floor and makes it identical to 800. That's what I call the magic trick. Just something for nothing. There was a job that I had recently for Late Late Show with James Corden. I shot a sketch where we had to do some skinny shutter, 90-degree shutter. There was some high-speed work. We were shooting on location, and my gut told me the Varicam would be right for this job. And we thought we would have the stop, or I was led to believe we would have the stop to do it at 800, and we ended up at 2,500 just to be at a comfortable place with the cameras. And the speed that we had to shoot and the long lens, it was a basketball piece. I was able to get my focus pullers all the stop they needed. That's another great thing about the high ISO. Say you're on a very long lens and there's a very difficult thing happening, like someone's running at the camera, which is tough for focus. The focus puller needs it, I can bump up the ISO on the camera and give it to them. As far as the noise that gets added, what I've seen in the color suite is we can easily knock it out with today's with noise reduction if we choose to, and sometimes we don't. And for delivery into most outlets, the compression will knock it out. Most of what I've seen of any of this stuff looks cleaner than it did in the color suite when it's actually on air.
What did it take?
Oh, God.
What did it take for you to train your eye to get used to the new sensitivity of the camera?
Well, that's an interesting question. Like I said, 5,000 I cannot get used to. For anyone who's on the show floor, if you go over to the low light area in Panasonic and you go and look at it, it's admittedly strange looking. It's so low light to the eye that the nuances that come up on camera are just not visible to the eye. I think, we just don't have the rods and cones for it. So I find that tough to judge. That's when I live in the monitor. 2,000, 2,500, instant adaptation. Once we, maybe a few days, me and my gaffer got very, very used to it. In fact, it was tough when we went to an 800 on another project. We kind of went, oh, wow, we're back to this world again. So pretty easy to judge ratios. I think that, I haven't done it scientifically, but I feel like somewhere around that 1280 to 2000 range, if you look at the monitor and look to your eye, they're almost identical.
Based on which ISO rating you work with your camera, does that affect how you pick your lenses for certain scenes, or how do you match the lighting in the environment with the ISO on the camera with your lensing?
That's a very good question. The modality that we had for years with low light shooting, night exteriors, was that you had to go to fast primes. And what's interesting is that became the look of night exteriors that we all essentially grew up with. It was very shallow backgrounds. And now we're in a situation where we no longer have to do that, so it becomes a choice. I own a series of zooms that are all roughly 2.8, so that's what we use most of the time for speed on these shows. I now have the flexibility of using those zooms, which is very helpful for speed, but there may be occasions when we want to emulate a classic night exterior where we bring in prime purely for the look, and I may even be lobbing in ND6 just to get that look, which is trippy on a night exterior, but we may do it. And then that reflects on also if we're going to do a high-speed, something where we're over-cranking the camera or going to a skinny shutter, we may start off at the ISO we're going to be at, have ND in there, and then drop it back out again. Have we have time for one more, if there is one? Cool, I think we did it. Great. Thank you very much for having me.
How's everybody doing? Good. This is what a person sounds like when they've been teaching for 5 days straight. So welcome to day whatever it is at NAB 2017. I'm going to take you guys through some stuff. My name is Jenn Schofield, about some of my experiences using the Arri Sky Panel and their entire system in terms of especially smaller crew production and the things that I've been using it for. But before I do that, I want to talk to you a little bit about what I kind of think of as the future production. And the types of things that I do, basically, I've had a production company for over 20 years. We do a variety of work, and then I also am an educator. So I teach the craft of video production and filmmaking. And so the types of projects that I run into and the types of things that I do on a regular basis are pretty much all over the place. We're doing a lot of talking heads, a lot of corporate work, stuff in my company in the educational field. We do commercial work, but generally on a smaller scale because we're seeing a big shift right now where budgets are decreasing, but companies want to push content to the web. So they may not be doing a commercial spot for, feature, for broadcast, but they're going to go ahead and push that stuff to those places. And then as part of my educational stuff, I'm also doing courses. I've done 2 lighting courses for LinkedIn Learning that are specifically on lighting, and then some other things that have to do, again, with small crew production in the corporate space. So YouTube channel, website, all that normal stuff that you have to have nowadays. But really what I want to talk to you about, which I think a lot of people are not talking about, is the ingredients that are and are needed to be considered when you're thinking about future production. Because we've got, this one thing here, which is we're making this transition from full HD to 4K and 4K plus resolutions. So we're dealing with much higher resolution in general in terms of our production, but that's just pixels. That's one little component in terms of what we have to deal with. And there are different variations of these resolutions, but I like to tell people that really resolution doesn't equal quality. You can take a small action camera, that's on a drone, and it can be a 4K camera. You can have a 4K camera in your pocket in a smartphone. That's just resolution. So it's all of those other things that we have to consider as content creators, which are going to have a huge impact in terms of what we do. So I made the transition from SD to HD. And I remember at NAB for many years, it was the year of HD for 4 years. And then finally HD arrived. But we really are at this point now where in terms of acquisition and largely in terms of distribution, we are pushing content out at much higher resolutions. But we're also making transitions in terms of color space and dynamic range and all of these other things. So to me, the ingredients for higher quality production, even if we're in smaller crew situations, number one, lenses, because it's the first point of entry. It's almost the only analog component that we have now in the chain, except for audio. Camera systems are fantastic, digital camera systems now, but they're basically computer systems with a sensor block. And so we need to bring good images into those, and then we have to rely upon the camera itself and how good that camera system is in terms of what it can do to capture a good quality image. So dynamic range is a big part of that. How many stops or steps from black to white is that camera capable of capturing? And a lot of that has to do with the sensor and then how they engineer that. And of course now with digital cinema cameras, for instance, like the Alexa Mini, which I've been using a lot recently, we can get 14 plus stops of dynamic range. This is very different than standard definition and of course even high definition. When we start to, we can get those stops of dynamic range in high definition, but traditionally in terms of distributing that image, we've been looking recently at about 7 to 9 stops of dynamic range on our displays. But the cameras themselves now are capable of capturing easily double that in some cases. So we have a lot of information in terms of our blacks to whites, our luminance levels, and that means that we have a lot of data in the image. We also have to consider color space and what we call wide color gamut. And we're moving and shifting in terms of this here is really basically what we can see as humans in terms of color. And then what we're doing now is we're targeting color spaces. If you look there on the left-hand side, that smaller triangle is Rec 709. So that's really what we're targeting in terms of our color space right now to the vast majority of displays that we're pushing content to. But if you look on the right-hand side, you'll see that there's a larger triangle there. That's what we call DCI P3, which is a larger color space that we're starting to target for some production. And then the largest triangle that you see on the left-hand side, that's Rec 2020. So a lot of people have been hearing about that. So these are important because as we move into ultra-high definition and 4K distribution, we're not only going to be capturing in a much higher dynamic range, we're also capturing a lot more color information. And that means that we need to have lighting and lighting fixtures that are able to give us what we need in terms of capturing those images. And then what we're doing is we're taking those log images or those raw images and we're processing them, and then we're targeting them to these different color spaces. Again, right now, the vast majority of them are Rec 709, but in the future, in the very near future, we are going to start to get displays, and consumers are buying displays that are supporting these expanded color spaces, higher dynamic range, and we are going to have to think about all of that stuff in terms of content creators. And we have to do it sometimes with crews of 1 to, if we're lucky, 8 people. Most of the time, 1 to 3 people. And I think that as an educator, I'm seeing that that's very true in pretty much all of these different situations. So to me, as I said, the last key ingredient is really lighting. If we don't have light, then we're not producing an image. And we have to have good quality fixtures. And I think the advantage that we've seen over the last few years is the evolution of lighting has trended with also where we're going in terms of how we're capturing images. Meaning that when we go from an HD resolution and now we're capturing for ultra high definition 4 times the amount of pixels and we're displaying those, we're going to see a lot more in that image, and that's going to affect the way that we approach lighting. So, and we're also seeing trends, of course, and have for a long time, where we now have access to, even on the low end, within a few $100s, large sensor camera systems. So we can approach and think about creating more cinematic images as long as we have the tools that are available to us to do that kind of stuff. So I've actually been using the sky panels for quite a while now. One of the huge advantages to me is just how fast they are in terms of being able to use them. They're also built extremely well. So I always talk about, as a teacher, the difference between what I would consider an owner-operator light and a rental-worthy fixture. Something that can go in and out of a truck all of the time, can be used for, production day in and day out without being pampered or babied. It's designed for real-world production. And this is very much a series of lights that can give you that in terms of what you're doing. And they do come in 3 sizes. They have the S30. There's a 60, which is twice the size, twice the output. And then there's a larger fixture, which is the 120, which you can see at Arri's booth, which has the same output as the 60, but it's twice the length. So it's great for certain types of productions, either in a horizontal or in a vertical type of position. I did a series of commercials back at the end of last year, and we used the sky panel lights for that. I actually used this particular fixture because that was what was available to us. And we shot, and this is typical of now, it's crazy, we shot 4 commercials in 2 days. They were being created for an electronics company, and it was content for CES. So they wanted it for CES, and they wanted it in an environment just like this, in this hall, basically. And then they were going to put that content up on the web as these short commercial spots, Instagram versions, all of that kind of stuff. So you can imagine that their budgets aren't going to be the same as if you're doing something for a large electronics company, and they're going to be airing an ad for the Super Bowl. So that's the sky panel, S30. We're just pushing it through. It's already a soft fixture in terms of the type of light that it produces, but we're pushing it through a 6x6 fabric here and through a frame just to soften that light even more and to create a larger source. And then we also shot in a second location, which was a gym in Brooklyn. And in that location, we're using that light in a couple of different ways. You'll see it up there on the right on the stand. And we're using it there to create a little bit of a harder light source. And there's a modifier that's made for the sky panel. It's called the intensifier. And when you put that onto the light in this position, and let me just turn this down a little bit, you will see that these are the panels, and they come out. And when you put the intensifier panel on here, it will give you 50% more output out of there because it changes the angle of the beam, basically, of the light. So it's a more focused light. And we were using that to create a harder light source over there. Then we moved it to a different location in that small space. We used it one way here, a little bit more, of a harder source. And then we turned it around and we started to use it as a softer source, and we started to push it through an additional frame to create a bigger light. For its size, there is a tremendous amount of output in this light. And I've been using this light and also the S60C in a lot of different productions now together. And it's really just about scaling when your space gets larger, you have to just basically scale your modifiers and what you're doing. So if I'm in a larger space, then I'm going to reach for a 60. If I'm in a smaller space, and I can use the 30 in most situations, especially in sort of traditional corporate production. We're also seeing a huge trend today in terms of in-house production. So a lot of people are building departments within their companies that are creating lots and lots of content. And I found myself going and doing training in those different environments, and it's very oftentimes that they shoot content at the actual companies themselves. So it's an office, you have cubicles or maybe an open concept. The office building is surrounded by windows, and they want to go around and just shoot content within that environment all of the time. And what's great about the sky panels is not only are they completely color tunable, and we'll take a look at some of those features in a minute, they have high outputs. And so we can take situations where we have a lot of daylight, a lot of ambient light, and with something like the S60, you can move around very quickly in that type of environment. You're already dealing with a soft source, so you can use it. It has a lot of surface area, and then you can modify it and make it even larger. And you can actually shoot something with somebody sitting next to a window and still see out of that window because you have enough compensation. You can get your ratios to where you need them to be overall. So also the color aspect of it, being able to tune specific colors. And I think we're starting to see here that the advantages of things like RGBW, where we have red, green, blue, and white LEDs inside of a fixture, give you a lot more in terms of creativity when you're doing things. And this then goes back to that whole subject of color and just making sure that you're thinking about that when you are working in your productions. So that larger spectrum there, we were talking about that earlier on, and then being able to produce a quality of light that's going to match the types of cameras and the types of images that we are getting out of these camera systems overall. So what I want to do is just kind of take you through a little bit about the sky panel and some of the features. We actually have the latest firmware on here, which was just released, I think, at the beginning of the show, Monday, and here we are on Wednesday. So it's not, some of the new stuff is not stuff that I've used in the production environment yet, but it's really, really great stuff that just takes a lighting fixture that I've been using in a lot of different ways to a whole different level. So I'm going to take you guys through that so you can see it. So the first thing I want to talk to you about is the different modes in here. And now with firmware 3.0, we have additional modes. And we can just easily cycle through those by hitting the mode button. And you'll see those here. And the first mode is a correlated color temperature. So this is basically taking advantage of those RGBW LEDs. And what we can do is if I just increase the output here so you can see some light, I can go in and I can dial in very specifically 2800 all the way up to 10,000 Kelvin. And then very importantly for me in terms of fast production in small crew environments, the ability to dial in a plus and also minus green, because when we're going into production environments now, mixed lighting is the norm, because people can go in an office environment, they walk into a home improvement store, and the access that they have to lighting is all over the place. They're not educated on what those different color temperatures are, so they just pick up a fluorescent bulb, or another compact fluorescent, or they say, oh, we're going to just take the 3 lights that went out in our office and we'll replace them with some LEDs. But they don't look at what color those are. So you walk in there and you have mixtures of daylight, and you have older fixtures and newer fixtures, and then very oftentimes, because of the quality of those practical lights, we also see that those lights are skewing a little bit green or a little bit magenta. So using a color meter, if we can, in an environment, we can take a reading of that and we can see where that is, and then very easily just dial a plus or minus green so that we're matching that. This makes life so much easier in post-production, and it also takes out that component of having to sit there and gel all of your fixtures or do certain things that really are not what we can do in a lot of these smaller crew environments. The second mode that we have is hue, saturation, and intensity. And basically, we have full control over that. Still have the amount of output that's coming out of there. We have a 360-degree hue wheel, and then we can dial in how much saturation of that particular color is going into our image. So there's a tremendous amount of control here. And for us, when we're using let's say a 60 as a key source, we might take the 30 and we might use the HSI mode for a background light, so we can create a little bit of separation. And one of the things that I tell everybody who goes out there and they say, we need a studio with a white cyc, or let's go ahead and get a white backdrop, and we'll go ahead and just light that and give it some sort of color, because a lot of people will do that. They'll take a tungsten or a daylight fixture and they'll throw gels on that. Don't do that. Go and get yourself, or make sure that that cyc is painted a neutral middle gray, an 18% gray, because when you take this feature, these colors, and you put that onto a middle gray, then it will take any of those colors. So that gray will then become blue, it'll become red, it'll become green, it'll become whatever color you want. So having this control is really fantastic. This is a feature that I use sometimes where I want to create a warm-cool contrast. So I might go ahead and I'll just switch back over to, and by the way, it has great memory in here, so when you switch between the modes, it doesn't reset itself, it'll stay where it was before. So if I go back to CCT, and let's say I was shooting with a tungsten light for my key, then what I could do is take a second fixture and go into HSI, and then I could create maybe a little bit of a contrast there, a warm, cool contrast, which looks really nice when you're doing things. The third mode that we have, which was the thing that really attracted me to Sky Panel to begin with, because we have a lot of bicolor fixtures that are out there on the market, is the gel mode. And inside of here, we have 300 and I think it's 18. It's over 300 gels from both Roscoe and Lee. So these are industry standard gels, and what they're doing is they've gone in here, and by the way, all of these fixtures are calibrated. So if you're used to using any of the L series Fresnels from Arri, these are, especially when you're in the CCT and the HSI mode, they are calibrated so that all of those lights match in production, which is actually what we did recently. I'll talk about that in a minute. But here are the Roscoe gels, and we can cycle through, and then we can switch over to Lee gels, and we have different series, cosmetic, 600 series, 700 series, color filter, color correction. And when you're using this, for instance, let's say I'm in color correction, and I want to go ahead and put in a full CTB or whatever, a double CTB, and I put that in there, I can apply that gel to either a 3200 or a 5600 Kelvin light. So it's as if you put a fixture up there that was tungsten or a fixture that was daylight, and then you're going in and you're going to go ahead and take those standard Roscoe or Lee gels and you're going to put them in front of there. And that's amazing. It's really amazing because if you try to gel a traditional LED fixture, it doesn't gel well. If you take a daylight LED and you put a CTO on there and you want to get it over to a tungsten color temperature, just doesn't really work very well. I've never had good success taking an LED fixture and taking a traditional physical gel and putting it in front of there and getting the same quality of light that I would get that if I threw up an HMI and I put a CTO on there. It just doesn't work the same way. So the fact that you're getting a calibrated, consistent color that matches those gels in a fixture like this is fantastic. And there's a lot of gaffers. There's a lot of people who light, who are used to using specific gels. So if you want bastard amber, it's in here. If you want to go in here and apply CTOs and you want to apply CTBs, it's in here. If you want cosmetic gels, they're in there. And that's, for us, really fantastic. If I want a straw and I want to just create that certain time of day, and instead of sitting there and futzing with the color temperature, I can just go ahead and do that. And now they've taken that a step further. And I've only had my hands on this new stuff for a very short period of time, but I do want to show it to you. So let me swing this around a little, and I'll just so you can see what's happening with the light, and then I'll turn it back so that they can see it with that little white camera over there. So I'm switching over here now to this next mode here, where basically I go in, and they have an entire library, 46, I believe, of matching different types of light. So this would match what a traditional Christmas light would look like. Sounds crazy, but if you were shooting in that environment, you could. A warm antique bulb. Let me swing this around for you to see. This is an antique bulb that's halogen, incandescent, tungsten bulb. So these are all now built in, and these are just the incandescent presets inside of the light. Then I can switch that over. Now we have discharge. So we have, and we're matching here, an HMI. And then high pressure sodium, that's mercury vapor. Ceramic, xenon. So we have all of that stuff. And then we have other, and this is gas fire, mobile phone, computer monitor. So think about that in terms of small crew production. You walk into an environment and you want to light a scene, and you put talent down at a desk, and they're being lit partially with a computer monitor, which is generally calibrated to a D65, in terms of its white point. And then you just go into the sky panel and you say, let's match that. So you go into this library and it's already there. So that's really, to me, again, fantastic feature in terms of quick and easy production. Well, production's never easy, but faster production. And then we also, so then you can go in here and then you can actually increase the intensity of those sources. You can even, just modify all of that stuff. So that's your other mode. And then we have RGBW control. So if you just want to go into the light now and you want to take each one of those diodes that's, on inside of the light, and you want to control them individually, you can just change what percentage you want those red, green, blue, and white LEDs to be. So that gives you a ridiculous amount of control overall in terms of the light. Now we're going to go into the menu, and there are a lot of different options, but the big one for me, which was added along with those other modes that we just took a look at, were the lighting effects. And inside of here are a slew of new lighting effects which you can use for specialty applications. So instead of having a flicker box and going in there and trying to simulate these things, they've built those into the fixtures. We actually did the firmware update to this particular light, which was on 2.0, right before we started the class. It's a USB stick. You just plug it in, turn on the light. It updated in about 3 minutes, and we're on firmware 3.0. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of those. So let's can do cop car. So you can see here, that's a cop car based on a blue light, okay? And then I can switch that. There's blue and white, red, blue, and white, because in different parts of the world, they're using different colored lights. So if you're doing production in Europe, then you might choose something different than somewhere else. That's a single, and then we can go through here. That's a quint, and then that's quintal. We've got a double light. And let me just dim this down for you so you can sort of see what this looks like overall. You should be able to see it. Let me turn this up a little. Okay? So you see how it's doing that inside the light? It's pretty awesome. So you have a lot of control in terms of what you can do. And then if I just back out of there and we just take a look at some of the other ones, we've got light strobe, fireworks, lightning, television, to me a big one, because a lot of the times, and then you can even set it up where is it a warmer or cooler television, what's the speed that that's being done in, so you have a tremendous amount of control in terms of what you can do with these different effects to simulate them. They have fire in here. The fire effect is great because it's completely randomized, so you're not getting a pattern that repeats itself over time, so when you want to simulate that stuff, you can. And then they're just going to go in here and we just turn off those lighting effects, and there you go. So I'm going to actually talk to you about one other thing. I'm going to bring up a project that we just recently shot, and I'm just going to back out of here, and let's see if we've got it up here. So this project was a project that we shot in Burbank about 2 weeks ago. The person who's sitting in this chair is obviously me, but the actual person, which I can't put up here because we're in the B&H booth, was Billy Bob Thornton, and we were shooting a promo for a company. So we went into a sound stage and we set it up, and we are using the S60 version of this light, and I encourage you to go over to the Arri booth to take a look at it with the Chimera modifier. We are actually using the shallow modifier, which is a 3x4. It's absolutely beautiful. And we don't have to mount these lights just horizontally. When we get to the 60, we were actually using it in a vertical position. So we're creating a nice big key source, brought it in really nice and close, really beautiful wrap light. We didn't have to set up other stands. We weren't building other modifiers. So that was our main key. And then we just pushed the 30, and we pushed that through a 4x. And then that was giving us the control to just dial up our fill a little bit. And then we actually used 2 L7Cs, which are the Fresnel versions of the LEDs that Arri makes. And we were using those, and if we kind of take a look, I'm just going to put basically a LUT on here. And we were using those to just create this sort of atmosphere that we're seeing over here in the back of the frame. And it was great. I mean, we had this really nice soft source over here. We could dial in some stuff. We had a little bit of a kicker coming in on the side. And then it obviously looks a lot more interesting when Billy Bob Thornton's sitting inside of the frame. But it was pretty tremendous because we found that because we basically only had a swing. So it was myself, and there was a camera operator, and then there was a swing who was basically grip electric. And we were plugging into power strips. You know, we can actually, this is just amazing that we can just, on a 10 amp circuit, we can just go ahead and plug these lights in. The amount of output is absolutely insane. And sometimes we actually take the S60 and we put the antenna on it, and we're getting 50% more output on that light. And it's just incredible what you can get out of the system. So I'm just finding that for me, that the speed in which we can work and the quality of light that we're getting, because we're seeing that, and this was, it's shot on the Alexa Mini, so you're also taking that color science and all that great stuff that comes with that camera system and matching it, has just made our lives so much easier to be able to do that. And we weren't even using these new features inside of there. How often am I going to use a cop car? Well, if I'm shooting a narrative, maybe quite often. Fire, television, things like that. But in the corporate world, if we can walk into an environment and we can match the lighting that is in that environment, that mobile phone or that computer option, that just makes things go so much faster. Any questions that you guys have before my timer runs out here at the B&H stage? Anything at all? Okay. So what I'm going to do, because there will be another presenter that's going to come up in about 15 minutes, is I'm just going to break this stuff down, and then I'll make myself available if you want to have any questions at all, and I'm happy to talk to you guys about that. Thank you very much.
My eyes on you. You're everything that I see. I want your high love and emotion.
Hello, I'm Jean-Marc Bouchu with Ingenieur. We would like to talk about the project we had with Jérôme Dolberg, who is next to me. So Jérôme met Jérôme here at NAB 2 years ago. He was looking for some nice glass for his red camera for going to the Amazon, shooting some wildlife and documentary about the deforestation in Peru. So his idea was to go very light, very fast, shooting in a very tough environment. So he wanted a lens that can really sustain a very humid and warm area. And also he wanted just to have a perfect quality and the perfect pictures on his camera. So we talked for several months, and at the end we went to select two very compact lenses for him, the 1640 and the 30-76, so that covers a wide range of focal lengths. Plus, we added a 2-time extender on his package. So I would like to give the microphone now to Jérôme, who can explain a little bit more about this project and how he worked when he was there down in the Peru with a lot of constraint on humidity, dust, and very warm area.
Hi, thank you, Jean-Marc. So my name is Jérôme, and I'm the director of this movie, The Rainforests Are Under the Threat. So I said, Jean-Marc, I use two lenses, the Optimo style 640 and 30-76, and very important, the extender. So we stayed almost 2 months in the rainforest in the Peru. And my goal was to show the problem of the deforestation, global warming, and pollutions. So just to see in the backpack, I can put like directly the red. I use a red epic and 2 lenses and the extender and some for the microphones. So it's very important because we work like every day between 6 and 8 hours a day just to find the animals, monkeys, or gold miners. These people, they destroy everything. So it was very important when we work in the rainforest just to keep the camera in my backpack because sometimes it was very dangerous. So the total is, the package is 12 kilograms, like 27 pounds. And the location is Peru and USA. And after when I got some conference. So you saw so I work like we travel approximately when we stay like 2 months in the rainforest. The total we work like for 700 kilometers to very remote part in Peru. And so Jean-Marc said the environment, it was very tough and hostile, like humidity and the temperature is very high between dust and everything. So it was very, very difficult to shoot. But with the lenses and the camera, it was perfectly with environment. I don't have any issues. So it was very important because when you arrive, some people, when you have the gold miners shut down the trees in order to find the gold, you have to be like to shoot very, very fast because we don't have a lot of time. Because these people, gold miners and the mafia, they don't like the camera, they don't like the journalistic or director. So just sole goal, it's always going to kill you. So just put the camera on the tripod, the lens, and to shoot and to leave. You don't have to stay a lot. So the lenses, work perfectly. And Yacel, so when we work like 6-7 hours per day, when you put the lenses in my backpack, when just open, I don't have any issues about condensations. It was perfect. So I can put the lenses into the camera and just to shoot. It was perfect, and the quality is beautiful. So why I prefer to use the lenses than the use prime? Because it was fast, very fast. Sometimes, like when you shoot the monkeys in the trees, it was very, very far. So or when you shoot the gold miners, sometimes it was very difficult. So with the lenses, I can just to fix and to take some frame very easily. And so I shoot like, we wake up every morning at 4 a.m. until like 6 p.m. and we never use we use always natural light, and so that is it was perfect. Like for another thing, so that in the rainforest, so you can see you just with the camera and the lenses, so it's very crew productions. It was me, like 2 people, one for take the sound and me, and it was easily, so you can see the quality of the pictures of the monkeys. And to make the focus, I use with the LCD of the screen. So another example, like the monkeys in the trees or the gold miners. Just so the gold miners, when go there, they shut down the trees and they dig to find the gold. So, for instance, for this gold miner, it was very, very far. I can go too close because the guy is going to kill me because they don't like the camera and the director or journalistic. So you use the long lens, and with the extender, it was perfect because I can shoot like 150 meters very far. It was perfect to get some beautiful footage. Like the monkeys in the trees, it's the same. It was very, very far. So with the extender, the lens, I can use easily and to take the frame. Like in the car, it's the same when the police came, try to shut down the gold miners. I stay with the camera, the lens in the car. I can go outside because, unfortunately, the police and the gold miners, they don't like the TV or production company. They don't want to show this problem in the rainforest. So you can see the different frame on the right side. I use for the wide shot, and just beneath I use the long shot, the 70, and with the extender. So all this footage I got. Jean-Marc, if you want to give more information about the lenses.
Well, one thing I think I would like to know is really the advantage of having this short zoom and in the rainforest in your production, because I think you were, in very difficult environment. You really were doing a lot of just movement, going from one spot to another. How did it help your production?
So you say like when you have the 2 lenses and the camera in my backpack, when you move, sometimes you see the monkeys in the trees. So you just open the bag, take the camera, put the lenses to shoot, and it's the same for the gold miners. So it was very, very fast. We don't have to set up the camera and the tripod, and like for the gold miners, when you shoot them, you have to be fast. You can stay like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, because the guy after see you, so he can to kill you. So it's very, very fast. Like for the monkeys or different animals, when you stay in the trees, it's not like the actors on the set who you have the time to set up everything. But like monkey, they scare. So when they see you, they leave. So you don't have like 2 minutes. Just set up, put the camera on the tripod, lenses, make focus, and the monkey leaves. So you just run everywhere. And when it's done, you put all the lenses in your pack, and you're still working to find the new spot. So that it was perfect, just to fix, make the focus. It was very, very fast, and I don't have any issue about moisture or humidity. It was perfect, and that is very important, because you don't have time when you put the lenses. You have to clean the lens and everything. It was perfect. So I saved time to try to get the good footage and very sharp as well.
And the way you were working, did you use mostly the zoom as a zoom? That means, zooming from wide to tele, or from tele to wide, or more as a prime, like framing and then pressing the run button?
The second one. So when I saw like the monkeys in the trees, like very far, I don't know, like 150 feet. So I zoom, boom, I take the footage. I can too much play with the lenses because I don't have a lot of time. So when you see him, you take the footage like 1 minute, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, you leave because the monkeys leave. So just, I don't pay a lot. Just take the footage, and the same for the gold miners. When you arrive, you see them, hope you take the footage, and after you leave, you don't have to stay a lot. It's different on set, where you can stay more and set up and everything. But unfortunately there, you don't have a time just for you safely, your life.
Your documentary look very romantic in a way, like a very just white frame with a lot of forest or a lot of just people looking around and just looking at the animals. How do you kind of characterize the quality of the glass, having just this wide shot but with a very sharp image? Was it something that you were looking for when you selected the lenses?
Yeah, when I got this idea to go to Peru to make a documentary about deforestation and global warming, so my first step, it was, okay, I want to get the beautiful footage and very sharp. So when I checked different companies, and I was interested, and I know about the history about engineer, even if I'm from France, I said, okay, I want to use this lens because for me it's very important to show the good quality and very sharp on the footage, and so why I use these lenses, and I know it's very efficient, so I don't have any issues when you go there. If oh my God, you have some moisture or humidity on the lens, I didn't want to waste my time with this kind of issues. So okay, I want to shoot them. For me, when I go there, okay, I want to go to beautiful footage, and I know I got many festivals. And when you got the DCP on 4K on the big screen, you can see the hair for the monkeys and everything is very, very sharp. So I was very like this one, yeah.
You want to show us some video of what you did, because I think it's important for people to watch a little bit of a movie.
Perfect. Yes, so much. Thank you.
We have the large-scale gold miners, which are responsible for destroying huge areas of rainforest, especially with the global price of gold being so high at the moment. Then we have smaller-scale farmers, agriculture. So you can see the different footage. So I use the two lenses. So I can see like the monkeys in the trees and the gold miners when they dig. I use every time the extender, like to get like 130 millimeters. So I was very glad to get the extender to get this footage. Otherwise, it was very difficult because it was very, very far. So I didn't want to go too close to them to try to get some footage.
Okay, one other thing, I just want to mention, we are introducing a 48 to 130 this year at the NAB. At the time of the production, which was 20 months ago when Jerome went down to Peru, we didn't have a long, lightweight zoom on a style line. So he had to use the extender to reach, just the 140 millimeter telephoto, so in order to shoot from far away, especially when he was next to the miner, which could be dangerous. So now we have a lens that really can really do more, because you can go either to 260 millimeter using the extender, so you can get a very close up, just the tight shot with that lens. So that lens is at our booth, C9039. But we also have a long studio lens behind at B&H. So if you want to check it, this is a 25 to 250 style. It's a more studio lens. It's a 15-pound lens. So you can't really travel with it in a backpack, but you can do a lot of things with that lens when you have a tripod and you want to shoot nature or any kind of documentary where you have access to a road. So I just would like to thank you for being part of that panel, and I think it was a great collaboration. Maybe you want to just tell a little bit more about the success of your documentary. It has been on different film festivals, a lot of awards.
So the Rainforest has been selected for different festivals in US, Canada, Australia, France. So received many awards, and today it's Discovery bought it for, they spread like 120 countries, and DirecTV, Dish TV in US, and iTunes, Amazon, Vudu, Verizon. So it's very going to spread, and now it's going more South America and Asia in the next months.
And it's a very important topic. It's about deforestation. It's about global warming. It's about pollution. So I really recommend, if you are interested on that, to watch it, because it's an amazing documentary. Started with a very low-profile project, and Jerome did almost everything from just shooting it, editing it, telling the story, pushing it through the media, and I think he did a great job, and we were very happy to help him.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Bye. Have a great day.
Hello, everyone. My name is H.J. Rourke. I'm with a company called Timecode Systems, and we provide wireless timecode to any number of acquisition devices, but also unique to our company, we also provide it for GoPro cameras. I have one right here, and we'll get to a picture of it, but this GoPro camera actually has timecode synchronization on it. It's a small attachment, and we can manage up to 48 of these from one finger swipe. We'll get into that in a minute. With multi-camera shoots now commonplace, the volume of media generated during the filming has rocketed. And part of this is the overall trend in the industry to say we want more acquisition, we want more content, but no matter what the price of the acquisition device is, it's expensive to process and post if it's not time code conformed. There's also issues with lower cost cameras on production setup. And the two of these taken together actually drive our ROI and our platform's value. I put this up. This is a quote from one of our customers. It's a UK-based survivor genre reality show called The Island with Bear Grylls. And this is an interesting production problem they had where the actual castaway characters film each other during the course of the show. There's also professional camera people in the background and on the periphery with traditional cameras such as Canon C300s. But for the most part, 80% of the content is flowing from GoPro cameras. When they installed our platform, we saved them so much time and money in post and protected them against deadlines that they now even use more GoPros because we can get that footage into post right away off the GoPros, as well as the other cameras. Gold Rush is another reality TV. In this case, they were shooting and generating up to 2,000 media cards per episode, or I'm sorry, per season, and over 5,000 hours of content. Many times they would say that it would take them a horribly long time to get and find the most exciting, compelling footage because it was on GoPro somewhere on that media. And we're able to drop everything right into post as if it was a professional camera with its own time code. And now they've actually taken on more GoPros they never thought they would in their lives. And their other cameras also in the environment are conformed to the same time code. So we'll talk a little bit about how we're doing this. But before I go there, I just want to say that we're not just a reality TV-based production vertical market company. We go after all kinds of multicam production. And really that's what we're about, multicam production. You can add GoPros into it, but we're installed in feature film, dramatic and episodic TV, obviously reality TV, news, and sports. Actually, we just joined the SVG group, if some people might know about that, and we're getting tremendous feedback from that, and that's been one of the more busy aspects of my booth here in the Central Hall. So here's other companies besides reality TV that are using our system. As you can see, it's a very mixed list of acquisition type goals and different problems for each one of these companies. But they all have a common goal of if they could get more content and process it in a cost-effective way and that their cost per production per hour was lower, even though they were adding more acquisition, they would definitely be interested to do that. And you should know that as well, we came out with these products a couple of years ago, but by the time we hit IBC last year, the ones we're going to talk about now have already started to be award-winning products. So it's not only well-referenced and well-installed, it's also well-respected in industry expertise circles. So I've been talking about money saved and ROI, and I want to stress that this is not so much about the price of the camera, although it does play a factor. We can just, by using the lower cost cameras, we can get to a return on investment quicker. And it really comes down to a couple of aspects in post-production and in production. So again, we use wireless time code synchronization, but we use RF. We do not use Wi-Fi. We use a low sub-gigahertz RF so that we have a very clean, uncongested transmission signaling area. And therefore, we can work in all kinds of venues that are crowded. Obviously, we can work across wide areas such as the show Gold Rush, but we can also work in a packed stadium where everyone is on their cell phones or mobile phones, and as well, there's all kinds of transmission going on. We do not interfere with any of that, and our time code sync stays locked. We can go to just about any time code ready device, including digital cinema, electronic news gathering, audio recorders, and as I said, uniquely, we are the only company that can bring a GoPro into that ecosystem. We can also, because of the way we do timecode, easily add or subtract acquisition devices from the production environment. For example, if a GoPro media is full or the battery is low, we can just take it out. Or maybe it just failed. We can take it out, we put a new camera in, it discovers the timecode right away and becomes part of the acquisition ecosystem. All media from all cameras that are using our technology is perfectly synchronized and ready for post. And we're actually providing the master clock or the timecode generation, but we have ways to slave to facility timecode as well. So it just depends on the venue and the production requirements. One thing you'll see with our products is they're also very lightweight and small. So they're easy to bring, to deploy on all kinds of smaller but important venues where the setup and the logistics of the gear play a factor in the cost of doing the production. Another point that we'll get into in more detail is that we can wirelessly control the GoPros beyond having the time code come in on the media. We can, with our application, actually set up as many as 48 GoPros. And you can, with a finger swipe, start them simultaneously, roll record in groups, if you will, if you want, rather, stop record, power off, as well as we can turn off the GoPro but leave our sync on. So if there's a break in production or moving to a new location, everything stays sync even though you're moving along. So, can you wirelessly time code and sync and control up to 48 GoPros? Yes. We use Hero 4 cameras. Obviously, the reason that we have this technology is prior to us coming on the scene, you couldn't use timecode with GoPros at all. And we are also ready to put these cameras with our back into VR rigs if needed. And we have certain multicam environments where there are traditional cameras, handheld cameras, GoPros, and VR rigs, and we can manage all of that from the point of view of timecode synchronization for post and setting them, starting them in production. How do you manage and control and sync non-GoPro cameras? This product was introduced at the show. It's a camera back. It's about half the size of an iPhone. Has multiple connection options for multiple different kinds of cameras. But basically, we put these on handheld cameras. The limit of what we're doing here is timecode sync and gen lock. But the control aspects we talked about with the GoPros, that's slotted towards the GoPros because obviously the cameraman is doing the stop-start record of the camera. But what the important thing to look at in this is that the cameras can participate in the same ecosystem of acquisition as the GoPros. So we don't care if you have Canon C300s, Sony F55s, etc. They can just be part of the acquisition and put as many GoPros in the mix as you want, because once you have them all working together, you're getting all this extra content at a very low price, and the cost of doing it in post has been completely taken off the table with those GoPro media cards. Also, if I didn't mention, we have extremely long range with this RF signal. We can have a range of 3,000 feet. Obviously, there's large venues, large set production kinds of things that you can think about, but also in drones. We can put VR rigs on the bottom of drones. We can make sure everything's working with our application. And then we can send the drone up, and then once it's up, we hit roll record, and everything starts at the same time. And this basically is the key to running those two previous slides. We have our own timecode generator hub called Pulse, and we have a free application called Blink Hub. And these tiles on the hub represent each camera, each acquisition device actually, and master time, therefore monitoring, getting metadata from them. And in the case of GoPros, obviously, you can do some more operations such as the recording and the rolling of the cameras and the stopping of them. But we can actually monitor up to 48 devices in one shoot, and we can also gang up multiple pulses, so you can have different sets of large numbers of cameras if it's needed. But yes, we have situations where we have over 36 cameras in a stadium venue, and one person is actually running 30 of those cameras from his iPhone. This is just another way that we package the product. This is a VR rig that can take a Hero 4 plus our camera back, and we have all the same benefits we talked about. This idea of consolidating control. We would just zone this set of cameras and call it Zone 1, even though there's 6 or 8 cameras, or actually up to 24 cameras. And we have all the same production benefits that we just talked about with cameras that are strung around a venue or a production set concentrically. So this also helps remove the guesswork out of VR, because sometimes GoPros don't roll. So when we turn on the cameras, we can see by the application if a camera's grayed out that it needs to be replaced before we start rolling the cameras. Once you're done, obviously we can stop. We can also stop the cameras in any situation and keep the sync back time code on while the camera battery is off, in order to rest the battery between production takes, etc., as well as that applies again to normal multicam production or VR, or actually we can mix and blend both of those together. So you can have traditional cameras on set with VR rigs as well. So Timecode System is the patent holder for all this technology. They're based out of Birmingham, England. They're all ex-production people that had problems with conforming timecode for media and how much money that costs to do in post, and especially with deadlines looming. So they solved their own problems and have automated it. And they always understood that if we could make GoPro cameras professionally managed, and the cost and impact of post minimized, then it would open up the door to other companies saying, look, we want more acquisition. One way to think about what we're doing with all this technology is we can give you 25 camera angles for the price of one mid-range camera, and it's as if that 25 cameras are actually consolidated into one camera, because it's managed by one camera person from their iPad or iPhone or Android phone. But they get all the professional production tools of setting them up and controlling them, resting them between production, and finally, of course, bringing timecode media to post. I will conclude this presentation if there's any questions. Good.
Cool. How's it going, guys? My name is Dave Anglin. This is Reed Murphy. We're both camera operators in the film industry, and we have a company called Movie Rentals, Inc. We work based mostly in Los Angeles, and we travel the world, but the gist of the company is that we're local 600 operators. We try to hold ourselves to a certain standard in terms of being very professional with working with the gimbal, the Movi, and hence the name Movie Rentals, Inc. So we want to start out by showing you guys a few different commercials that we think are some of our better commercials that we've worked on. But it goes on and on the lists of things that we've done, including feature films, commercials, and it's all been very fun and kind of a crazy run. And we're actually going to talk a little bit about the evolution of the Movi from when we've been working with it, going all the way back to, I guess, like the first one that came out, or the first couple. We've been working with it for a long time, and we've got a lot of experience with it. So without further ado,
all right,
smash that button.
You may not even think about the energy that lights up your world, but we do. We're ExxonMobil, and the cleaner burning natural gas we produce generates more of our electricity than ever before, helping dramatically reduce America's emissions. Because turning on the lights isn't as simple as just flipping a switch. Energy lives here.
Mr. Watson, come here. I want to see you.
It started with a single connection, and the network was born. Then we connected more and more people until it became clear that the network was not a fad or a luxury, but a basic human necessity. And so, AT&T built a network.
Check it out.
Just for you. One that connects your family and friends, your businesses, devices, mobile entertainment, connected cars, and connected homes. It grows as you grow, extending your reach to pull you closer to what you need and the people you love. Because you are still evolving, and so are we. With a network that is invented and reinvented every day to work for you, how and where you need it. This is your network, the network of AT&T.
Have a championship offseason every time.
Yeah.
You either getting better or getting worse. You never stay the same.
Building up strength, building your body up, getting prepared.
All it is single focus.
Nothing is easy.
Am I going full speed? Am I pushing it? Am I max? Am I redlining?
If you want to be the best in the world, if you want to be elite, you have to be able to go out there and put the work in.
You motivated, you got the right attitude, you got to go within yourself.
Use what I have to take advantage of.
It's all business. It's me versus you.
At Coors, our mountain is creating a more sustainable world. It's why we pioneered the recyclable can, made our breweries landfill-free, and built the most powerful solar array at any one brewery in the country. But our climb is far from over, so we keep pushing forward. Coors Light, whatever your mountain, climb on.
Yeah. Yeah, hard work and dedication, but that's not enough. I mean, look at this cookie cutter, copy and paste, blah. Where is something new, something different? There. Come on, you freaks. Unleash your creativity. Free your imagination, your genius. And superstition? Make your own luck and make this guy want to steal your look. Come on, shock the world. Be the next. Do something different. Now make it up on the fly. If you call yourself an athlete, create something. Why are you even here? Sport needs you.
Ooh. So, thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So I want to talk a little bit about working on those commercials, how we utilize the movie, and then also just go into any questions at the end that you guys might have about any of the specific shots and so on and so forth. And also talk a little bit about the things that Reed has been up to and kind of how he works with the tool and maybe some of his favorite things about the new Movie Pro and whatever it might come down to. But so even I want to talk about the evolution first of the movie. It goes all the way back to Southpaw, which is probably one of the first films that I've worked on with the movie. And at that point, it was the M10, and it was one of the first features I think that utilized the movie. And I get flown out for that and went out to Pittsburgh. And I remember the first day on set when we got everything set up and everyone's looking at this tool like, is this thing going to work? Like, what is this? No one's ever seen this before. The traditional tools to get some of the shots that we were going to get in the boxing ring are Steadicam, but that has limitations. All these different tools, and Morrow felt it was best to use the movie for some of that stuff. So, like first out of the gate, I think the gimbal got punched by one of the actors, and everything went haywire. Some things got broken, and everyone's like staring at me like, "Is this thing gonna perform? Can we pick these pieces back up and rebuild it?" So that was my first time on a real film set of that magnitude with the gimbal as the tool that I'm representing. And it was a nervous moment, but at the end of the day, we put it back together and we moved on, and that's kind of the versatility of the tool as well. It's like you get shots that have probably never been done before, including some of the footage that you might see in the movie where it starts out and it's a very handheld feeling. It's going back and forth between the two boxers, and then at the end we just let go of it in a certain way. We've come up with a little trick, and it starts to glide out. So you, in one shot, have knocked out a handheld shot that now turns into something that feels like Steadicam, which in my book there was no other tool to do that. And I mean, the list goes on in terms of the things that we've done with the movie that have never been done in cinema before. And I think, Reed, you might be able to talk a little bit about your experiences working on some sets as well with the movie in terms of coming up with a shot or the DP asking you to do a shot, and it'd be the first time that you've done something like that. I don't know if you have any things that
Yeah, I mean, obviously with the gimbals, it's the stabilization. It's kind of tends to be a lot why you use the Movi. It's lightweight, it gives you that nice stabilized footage and all this kind of stuff. A lot of the times, we get brought in with the Movi because it's either too cost prohibitive to bring a Steadicam on, or there's a sort of size limitation. Like you got to get in really tight spaces, and it's places where a big Steadicam post and arm just aren't going to work. So one of the first experiences where I had where it was really the tool for the job was I was shooting a movie out in the desert. It was a chase sequence. These two younger kids were getting chased by this horde of motorcycles running around, and they ran through a little tunnel, like a little culvert, under the road, just kind of drainage ditch almost. And they go, "Okay, well these kids are going to run in there. Can you follow them?" And kind of like look at the director for a second, and then like look at the culvert that's about yay high. And like, yeah, I think I could do that. And so, the kids are running full speed, but the thing about the movie is it's so lightweight that you can, you're sprinting, and obviously you got some weight on you, so it's tiring, but, you can still have the speed and agility that you would have, normally running. And at a certain point, you just duck in and are running with these kids, and it's the same, same level, and it's like it's a shot you would not be able to get, in my opinion, like with a Steadicam,
Technocrane,
or a Technocrane or anything like that, just because it can fit in these tight spaces. It's small, it's compact.
That brings me to the versatility of the tool. So in some of those commercials that you just saw in a movie I just finished wrapping, actually, we were using the tool, and we have used in the past the tool in so many different ways. Like within maybe like 5 minutes, we're able to change from being on a crane and getting a shot overhead of the actor and moving through some space to literally going to it, unplugging it from the toad in the hole, moving it over to, let's say, a dolly and onto a Ubangi, and now we have a remote head wirelessly to get into a room. We used it on the film I just worked on where we got into a lot of intimate scenes where we didn't really want, 2 cameras covering it because it was maybe clothing situation or something of that. But it was sensitive, and having a remote head in there and kind of just a dolly grip to move it back and all working on HMEs, that's like a nice thing to have, just to be able to pull off the truck when we're not even expecting to be able to use something like that. And then 5 minutes later from there, if we wanted to, we could jump into the rig, and I could give a shot that represents something like either Steadicam or a Libre head, and then we work in tandem a lot. So we have the wheels, we have the Alpha wheels that we use a lot, and it disconnects the 2 jobs of someone operating in Majestic and then operating in dual operator mode. So for example, I actually have a commercial coming up, and we're going to be utilizing it in a way that one person will be running around with it, going upstairs, going low, going high, going all over the place. They might not be able to even see their monitor at that point. But with removing the one person and putting them in charge of operating it like a Libre head, now you have a human Libre head running around the scene. And one person can focus on being in the right place and having the right distance. And then the other person has the ability to operate the head and nail the shot. And so when you're able to take a tool like the Movi Pro and you evolved it into what it is now from the story I was telling before about it being on Southpaw, it's a very nice thing to have because you can hot swap the batteries. The GUI on the back is super easy to maneuver, and it's something that lets you look a lot more professional than when there was lithium polymer batteries and they were super sensitive and the charging situation was super sketchy. So the evolution of the tool in itself from where it was and what it's become now is quite astonishing. And I think Tab and Hugh and the guys over at FreeFly have done an incredible job. And if you get a chance, you should go over to their booth and check out some of the stuff that they have now. The Movi XL, which is a beast in itself. But so with that enclosure for the story of the evolution, I want to talk about some of the tools that we use that also help our job as operators with the gimbal specifically. And that was the alpha wheels that I was talking about before. And then also the Ready Rig. I don't know if you guys know about the Ready Rig at all, if you've seen that, some people running around with it. So I got called for a job to do some test out in Australia with Suicide Squad a couple years back. And I met Alessandro DeLeo, who is the inventor of the Ready Rig, and we became good friends since there. He's probably around here somewhere laughing at me right now. But we started to kind of figure out that this tool was going to be really perfect for the way that I needed to have support, because that's another thing. Actually, it kind of ties in with the evolution of the tool itself, because back in the day, everyone was running around with it. And it's like, let's be real, guys. After you start pushing the payload of that thing and you put like 15 pounds on it and you're at
Your
whatever you are.
shoulders are going to get very strong.
Yeah,
very
I mean, literally to the point
Yeah.
where you're like, I think I need to go to the chiropractor. Like my back is like starting to get really damaged from the whole thing. But so that tool, the Ready Rig, for us has been pretty amazing, actually. I mean, it allows you to focus on what you're doing with the gimbal, and it allows you to be in positions, and it allows you to focus on what you're doing without being fatigued. Because whether people want to admit it or not, and there's directors and there's DPs out there that are going to say, why don't you just grab that thing and just run around? Come on, we don't have time, blah, blah. And it's just like, look, you would never use a Steadicam without the vest, or you would never have a Steadicam without the post, or you know what I mean? It's like all these things work in tandem, and they're the reason why they make sense. And with the evolution of the Movi, we didn't have it figured out. Like 3 years ago, running around with this thing, we didn't realize that we needed some other support tools. And FreeFly's been great about it too. Just like just like kind of encompassing and just like absorbing these things and really like letting people, the users, figure out what's best for it and really like give us the go. That's a great tool. Cool, man. Like try it out. What's next? And we're always collaborating and coming up with people to try to find better tools to do things. And for us specifically, I think the Ready Rig's been a great tool. And those guys listen too. It's like, I mean, what is more annoying than having a client or not a client, but a tool that you use and like they're not listening to us, right? They're not listening to you in the field. And so from 3 years ago to where we are today with the Movi, it's like those guys have been listening the whole way. We're like, we really think it would be a good idea to do this, or we really like to hear, or they would like to hear what we have to say about batteries or anything else. And they've listened and they're starting to make tools that we're asking for, and that matters to us. It's a brand that we can really get behind. And the software, like, it's just a very nice tool to have. And I want to actually talk about something a little bit more personal too that I don't think we discussed too much to people, but that's our careers in itself. Like 5 years ago, I was like operating here and there, but I was trying to figure out where I was going to go in the film industry. It's such a massive industry. It's like, what are you going to choose? What are you going to want to do? When you start out as a PA and you're carrying around trash bags, you're like, man, I do not want to do this. This is not my thing. I came out here and I wanted to be a filmmaker and I wanted to do, I want to be an operator. I want to be a DP. And that was me. I was totally there. And getting the opportunity to work with the Movi back in the day has opened up so many doors to myself and guys like Reed, a lot of guys I know, Chris Herr, Sam Nutman. We've all been affected by the gimbal, and it's really helped our career quite a bit. I mean, without that tool, I don't know where I'd be, but it's definitely helped us make a name for ourselves and really start to perfect something. And spending 3+ years with the tool, you start to realize that you've got little tricks up your sleeve. You know how to figure out different situations, and you start to become really good with the tool that you've spent all this time with. And
well, it's also the other side of the coin too, where it's helping us, but at a certain point, it's also kind of pushing certain parts of the industry. You're seeing shots now that before the gimbal would never have been possible. Like, the versatility of the tool is opening up all these doors, to drones and.
There's drone guys like that too. They're
things,
like hobbyists flying around these little drones, and now they're some of the most established drone guys out there. And there's a couple guys running around Freefly's booth just recently, and I work with them on film sets sometimes, and I'm like, I look at this guy, I'm like, oh my god, I remember we were like PAing together at some point. And now you're the drone guy, and we're operating. It's like all this cool stuff, but I don't really know why I told that story otherwise, other than the fact that it's been a really good it's been a really good evolution of the whole tool and seeing where it's going and seeing where it's going to go next. But yeah, what else we're going to hit on some of the points. I'll go back to the tool and the way it can be used in different ways. I think the AT&T commercial there, when I got called for that job, they were like, we want to do a oneer on this commercial, and we want to use the Movi, and it's going to be all Movi, the whole thing. And here's the cameras that we want to use. We want to use an Alexa Mini. We want to use Hawk V-Lite anamorphics. The first AC wants to use a MDR3 with his Preston motors, and I'm already like in my head like thinking of the payload. I'm like, oh shit, there's
a lot of weight.
We got a lot of weight going on here. So at the end of the day, we figured it out in the prep, and that's another thing that I think everyone should think about too is like the prep, man. Like when you get called for a job and you have to go in and you're prepping at one of the camera houses, that's where everything matters. That's where like you're figuring out how unprepared you are for the job, or how
you're trying to figure out the problems that you're going to have later that it's much less expensive to do in the prep.
Yeah, and you figure out stuff, and sometimes production's like, oh, we're not giving you a prep, or you're like, oh my god, that's where I figure out all the stuff that I'm going to run into that would otherwise not give the tool or the camera, because the prep is kind of like it's where you go to like really figure out how you're going to use the tool and how you're going to communicate with the DP, director, first AC, and how we're all going to work and function properly when we arrive on the day on set. You hear people say on the day, on set, first day on set. And it's like, that is such valuable time. And when we got called for that job, we were putting things on that camera that have never been put on a Movi before. The Hawk V-Lights, I think we were using the 35, which weighs like 6 pounds in itself, and then a Cine tape, and then a MDR3, all the old school
video transmitter.
It's like all this stuff. It became like this massive brick, but it worked, and it worked really well because we had the time to figure it out in the prep. And that shoot specifically was quite challenging because the director always wanted it to be moving and then seamlessly mesh into the shot, right? So I don't know if you guys remember seeing that, but every shot kind of meshes into itself. So that's extremely challenging because you're literally overlaying with VTR on set. So we'd line up on a shot, and then they'd overlay the shot so you could see what you're looking at, and then from there you start the scene. So if I was to be doing that without the ReadyRig support system, I would be sitting there holding this gimbal that with all this weight and trying to just get through the day.
Shoulders burning.
Yeah, just holding it. It's like, that's not realistic.
Sweat dripping all over the camera.
Yeah, so it gives you time to think about what you're doing and how to properly conceive the shot. So what else do we got? We got the prep. I think we covered a good amount of stuff. Do you have any stories or anything? I think talked about some support. Oh, the wheels, the Alpha wheels. They've been a pretty amazing part of how we operate on set too, because I was talking about breaking up those two different tasks, operating with moving around the gimbal, and then wirelessly someone else.
Well, it's like you see,
focusing.
with the drone guys and stuff. Like one guy's operating the drone itself in the physical space, and then someone else can take the camera, and it really helps you dial in your shot because each person's focusing on one thing and not having to deal with the overall movement and framing of the camera.
They have them set up over at FreeFly's booth right now, attached to the Movi Pro or the Movi XL, and they're just seamless, man. There's been so many versions from different companies in the past few years, and I've worked with them, and I got to know them really well. And when you go from the 3 other ones that I've used to the Alpha wheels themselves, it's like night and day. You get on the wheels and you start to be able to really, really detail and pick apart the shot. And I've worked with DPs before with the old wheels, and they're like, every time I do this, it jerks this way or it does that way. And it's not the gimbal. The gimbal hasn't even really changed in terms of that. It's the wheels themselves. And the Alpha wheels have been so huge in letting us really calculate and figure out how to nail a shot. And I use them all the time. We're going to be using them on a commercial coming up soon. And being able to like go into a car and have wheels, I mean, that used to be, if we're talking about cost and things like that, like how we used to do that would be a Pursuit, right? Or not specifically a Pursuit brand, but some sort of armed car, like that you get into it and you're locked into this place. You have this huge arm over top. I don't even want to go into the rates of how much that stuff costs, but being able to rig a gimbal on the outside on some speed rail and have your wheels inside with your little monitor from like Small HD, or actually Small HD is pretty much all we use, but that's been invaluable to us and how we rig stuff. And we get stuff done so fast. Being able to go from rigging it on a dolly to going handheld to doing this, it's changed how I work as a camera operator and how I can offer these DPs that have been used to these specific tools for years and years. And we come on a set and they're like, Dave, can I do that? Can I do this? I'm like, yeah, that's not even a problem. We'll just move it over here and do this and attach that like that and flip it upside down. It's like, whatever we can do, we pick it apart. It's like we're like snipers or something. I don't know. It's like we like pick it apart and make it happen, and it's pretty amazing, man.
And anyone who's been on set knows like speed is so key. You're getting yelled at by 20 different people at one time trying to get like, it's like, is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? And it's, if you can answer yes to that question, you please a lot of people at one time. So
that's been my experience, man. And I guess just knowing your craft too, man. Like if you're just gonna try to jump into the whole setup and just try to run out there with a gimbal, I don't think it's gonna work. Give yourself time and take these. Like if you learn from any like old school Steadicam guy, they're like putting tape out on the floor and they're like, follow this line and then switch this way and then do this to go into Don Juan properly, balance yourself and work your abs. Those guys aren't just like picking it up and then like running around with it and becoming like, Chris Harhoff or George Billinger or something. These guys are like, they've spent some really good time with these tools, and knowing your craft and knowing the limitations of the tool is a huge part of being on set and not getting laughed off set or something like that. I mean, especially with the Movi, it's such a new tool. And I remember like on Southpaw, we show up and they're just like, oh, what do you do here for doing? I'm like, oh, the Movi. They're like, what's that? Like, what? Like, I'm the new guy with a new tool, and I don't have that many gray beards or gray hair in my beard yet. So they're like, they're waiting for me to fail so they can just be like, get out of here, and then they can just and they can write that down and be like, that guy sucked. But knowing your craft and really honing in your skills to make sure that you're a professional and that you're prepared for everything that gets thrown to you when you arrive on set is invaluable. I mean, or so valuable. Either way, it's like study it and know it. And be ready.
Preparation. Does anyone have any questions for us?
Yeah, questions?
Oh.
You guys find you end up doing a lot of improv type of...
I'm sorry.
You have a lot of improvisational type of situations that you run into quite a bit, though?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, even with like having the movie I just worked on, we had a key grip on that is a phenomenal key grip. He's worked with some of the best guys in the industry, and he was very helpful in terms of just trying to help me figure out how to put the tool somewhere. When we're doing scenes where we put it on a dolly and we want to, like, you know, offset over to something else, and he's recommending, like, oh, why don't we put the offset here, but then also put the chassis this way, and we can make it go over this way, and then you can get the shot like that. And he's asking me questions, and I'm asking him questions, and we're just improvising. You know, we're literally up on stage coming up with bad jokes. Like, that's what it looks like. But we're getting the job done, and the DP is like, dude, you guys are killing it. Way to go, man. Like, you figured out something that I've never seen before, the DP's never seen before, and it's happening for the first time, and we're just like, oh my God, this is amazing. And so the tool's just sitting there waiting for you to challenge it. You know, it's like...
Do they usually give you, like, do they kind of put their trust in you, like, do your thing, or?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they'll also, like, on the day, you know, it'll be like, the director will say, let's do a shot like this. And then it's like, do you have any ideas? Yeah, we could cover it like this, and we could knock two things out. And then after that shot, the next one's going to be this. We're going to go over here. Just do it with the gimbal. We can put the Movi here, and then we can move it over to here, and we can knock it out and get the coverage that we need. And and it removes so many different pieces where I get in a lot of positions and hired for a lot of commercials for shots that I think are somewhat like Lieberhead shot, or not Lieberhead, but Technocrane shots. Like on the AT&T one, there's a shot where we go into the car. Did you see that one? So when we got called for that, it was like, oh, we're going to take a Technocrane, and then we'll put it on the process trailer on the car, and then the process trailer will be behind us. And then we'll come in, and then, oh, wait, we have to go in the car. So the Technocrane can't bend, right? So literally the only thing that like 20 of us could think of is using the Movi for that shot. And we had, I don't know if we had the Lieberhead or in the Technocrane set up for that, but we ended up going with the Movi because I could walk down the side of the car and then slide in, and they pull the seats back, and I slide into the car. I mean, that's literally how that's done. And there's no other tool to do that with. So yeah, there's some major improvisation done on set still with this tool. And that's one shot that was probably the most challenging, and we were really excited to come up with that because I don't think it's ever been done before. Anybody else have any questions?
For someone brand new, like college internship, filming a local commercial new, what was one of the first things you didn't know when you got to your first professional set that you now use every day that you are on set?
Well, I talk a lot, and I think I learned to just shut up sometimes. And I think, like,
it's a good rule of thumb just for any position on set, really.
I think just knowing set etiquette, that's what we all call it, right? Yeah. So, like, being on set, knowing who's who, when to talk, when not to talk, and just sit there and learn, man, and listen. Because you'll learn so much from watching these guys work. And they've been doing it for like 30 years with some of the biggest films or commercials under their belt. So it's like you'd be stupid not to just listen and focus on what everyone's doing, learning the positions of people. I remember some of a couple of my first operating jobs, so even without Movi, I didn't know, I was stepping on a couple people's toes because I didn't understand that, you know, Art had to get in to do something, and then set deck was doing that. You know, it's like all this stuff's happening around you, and I'm like, oh, I need to do this, and it's like, it's not my world, right? It's like a massive team of sometimes like 150 people. We're all working together, and you have to know where other people come in and learn names. That's a big one. Like learning everyone's names on set so that you're not like, what's that guy's name with the, it's like, you look very foolish when you don't know people's names, and you're like trying to ask for him because it's, you know, panic hour, and you need him like now, all right? So you're like, what is that guy's name? I don't know. And you just look like helpless and foolish. So like when you know everyone's name on set, you know what they do, and you know how to work with them, you become quite a champ. You understand everything, right? Not everything, but you understand.
Especially when you get on these union jobs where it's like, you know, I will get in trouble if I move a sandbag. Like, that's not my department. It's not my position. Like, I can get in trouble, and I will get yelled at by the grips. Like,
coming out of film school, for sure, I've seen people get eaten alive for trying to just move things around like that. Like, they're a PA, and they'll go up to the director and the DP that have done like 10 massive motion picture features, and they're like, "Hey, you guys should maybe do it like this," and you're like, "Oh my God, what is that?"
Everyone just
and they're just like, "Oh, what?" And then no one says anything, but like the guy doesn't get hired back. You know, that's the worst thing about this industry is like no one will tell you when you're doing a bad job. They're just going to be like, "Okay, we're not going to bring that."
Or
guy
they
back
might,
next
but they'll
time."
do it in front of everybody. So, which is worse.
Yes, one way or the other. Actually, that's a good point. You're either going to like chew you out in front of everyone, or not say anything at all, and you're just going to hear about it.
Either way, you're not coming back the next day. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. So.
Hey, man. Any more questions? Cool. Does that conclude our? Cool, man. Thanks a lot, guys. And your chewy candies are awesome.
You used to keep my secrets, shallow turned to deep.
camera. They're putting it on their shoulder. They're allowed to, take a much smaller form factor, and they're still getting 4.3. They can get Open Gate with a license. They can get Arri RAW with a license, and so they can really kit this out. Maybe not as many outputs on the camera system, but it is producing that Arri image with all of that color science. The build quality. These are the workhorses and sort of the pinnacle in terms of digital cinema camera systems. So we're using them now along with other things. And the first thing that we should really discuss, or I like to discuss with people because I think it's a very important conversation, is the reason that we're using cameras like this is because of where we're going in terms of the future of production. So at the moment, of course, we have small crews, high client expectations, and we're moving towards ultra high definition. So we're not even moving towards it at this point. At this point, there are more UHD televisions being sold in this country than HD televisions, which means that as content creators, we now have to become very, very serious about how we're acquiring our content, at what resolution, and how much information is inside of that image. And if somebody's buying a 65-inch UHD television that can support HDR10 or Dolby Vision or both, then we have to really think seriously about what we're capable of capturing so that we can deliver to that television. And a lot of people are watching YouTube on a television in their living room. So a lot of people say, well, it's only for the web, so I'll just produce it in HD. Well, that web content is being watched in a living room right now on a 65-inch television in UHD resolution. So we really have to think about that in terms of the content that we're creating. 4 times HD, tremendous amount of number of pixels. And then once we start to talk about the other ingredients that are in a camera system, we have a very rich image potentially. Obviously, some people are distributing in DCI 4K, but that's not really for most of us. This is really what we're concerned about, is ultra high definition, what I call 4K for the masses. Most of you know this, but resolution does not equal quality. And when we talk about a camera that's inside of our pocket, or an action camera, or a drone-based camera that's not a large camera system with a large sensor that's going up on a big drone, these are small sensor camera systems. They might have UHD resolution, but they are only as capable of their recording data rate, their bit depth, their color sampling, and all of those ingredients are really the key things to what are helping create our picture. Very key ingredients. Also, lenses. That's the first point of entry into a camera system. Take a great camera system and put a bad lens on it, and you're going to get a bad quality picture. Put a great lens on an okay camera system, and it will actually lift the quality of the image that you're getting. So lenses are very important, but the camera system itself, that's where we start to talk about all of those other things like data rate, color sampling, your bit depth, and those things are the ingredients that have a lot to do with how much you can do with your image. And then the 2 big ones, dynamic range. So how many stops can that camera capture? That's based on the sensor and then how you shoot with it. Generally, for most of us in log, sometimes in raw. So we want to get the most dynamic range in terms of from our blacks to our whites. And then the second part of the equation is a wide color gamut. And in terms of what we can see in terms of the color spectrum, it's pretty enormous. But what we need to be considering right now is how we're capturing our color space, which is different than the dynamic range. Dynamic range, this is luminance. This is blacks to whites. Then we're talking about chroma or color information. And so we talk about this wide color space. And if we take a look here on the left-hand side, we can see that smaller triangle. That's Rec 709. So that's the color space that we're targeting right now. A lot of cameras, especially older cameras, were only capable of capturing in that color space or smaller. But we can do a lot more now, and we have to start considering that. In fact, that triangle on the right-hand side is what we call DCI P3. and that's Digital Cinema Initiative P3 color space. That's the target color space that we use for theatrical distribution. So if you're going to create something for theatrical distribution and it's going to a digital projector, generally we're targeting that particular color space. And then the largest triangle that we see over there on the left-hand side, that's Rec 2020 or BT 2020. And that's going to be a target color space in the future, especially when we talk about things like Dolby Vision. Dolby Vision is supporting a number of frame rates, very, very high resolutions, very, very big color spaces like Rec 2020, and of course, dynamic range, high dynamic range. In fact, it's sort of what we're calling high dynamic range is all of those ingredients, especially when we get to the consumer side. So in a practical application, and in an ideal situation, what we want to do when we're shooting with these cameras is we want to capture, as long as there's a rich enough image, as much dynamic range as we can. And we also want to capture in the largest color space that we can. And most digital cinema cameras will allow you to capture more than Rec 709. On this camera system, when we're shooting in log C on an Alexa Mini, we're not only getting 14 plus stops of dynamic range, our luminance values, but we're also capturing a larger color space than even Rec 2020. So then that way we have the options to target Rec 2020, P3, Rec 709, and just so you know, it's going to get messy in the future because right now we're using Rec 709 LUTs. Get ready to use P3 LUTs. Get ready to use Rec 2020 LUTs. We're going to have to start pushing our content out in multiple ways. There'll be some automation out there where you'll create a Rec 2020 version of your content. It'll have lots of stops of dynamic range, and you'll put it out to the world, and they will create these other versions for you, but then you're leaving it in the hands of an algorithm. So one of the things that we should all be thinking about in the future are displays, and making sure that we're looking at displays that can at least show us P3 in terms of our color space, and ideally, eventually, Rec 2020. Because what you'll do is on set, you'll actually cycle through and you'll apply a Rec 2020 LUT and you'll look at that in a Rec 2020 color space. And then you'll switch it over and you'll apply a P3 LUT and say, oh, when this gets pushed out to an audience for theatrical distribution, or guess what, iPhone 7 has P3 color space. This new MacBook Pro supports P3 color space. So we're going to be targeting these other color spaces in the future. It's coming about very, very quickly. That's trippy right now with that little camera. So it's cool. So that's really something that I wanted to talk to everybody about. And I think that that's something that you should be really considering when you're thinking about how you're acquiring your content and then also how you're monitoring your content, both in production and post-production. When we talk about small crew production, a lot of it has to do with, especially when we're taking a smaller form factor camera system, it has to do with our support accessories and how we're building the camera up, and the ability to be able to do that to suit the person and the way they like to shoot. And this is a form factor that is all about building it to suit the type of application that you have. So you might use it as just a bare body, which is about a 5-pound camera body, and then you might go ahead and build it up like we have here for a shoulder-mounted, broadcast plate. Huh? I can pan it a little bit, but then they're going to have to, we have it set up for these master grips. I know. But then you'll come up here afterwards, and we'll check out the camera. So you do have to consider that. When you go with smaller form factor, you do have to make sure that you have that support. And one of the great things is that there are great accessories in terms of support for this camera system. And then it's really getting down to small crew production. And it's that idea that we need to produce high-quality images in very short periods of time with very few people right there. We go back to that dynamic range thing, and I've never used a camera system that handles dynamic range better than an Alexa camera does. And it's highlight roll-off. We've all heard about it. You start comparing it to footage from other cameras, it becomes very, very apparent where the difference is. And then it's something else, which is dynamic range defines how many stops you can capture on the camera system, but the real difference for me with Alexa is what we call latitudes. It's if you underexpose or overexpose that image, how many stops can you push it and still retain and hold the image? and nothing that I've used holds an image better in terms of latitude than an Alexa camera does. So it's been really great to start to use these cameras and to start to see the results that you can get when you're shooting in log C, which gives you that wide color gamut and everything else. So I think what we're going to do is I'll just first of all introduce Daniel Fakos, who is somebody who has worked with me for a number of years. His nickname here is the Med Effect. Come on. There you go, everybody. There's a long story to that, but he's representing now. And we're going to talk a little bit about the camera body itself and how we've sort of built it up. And then we're going to get into the master grips, which to me in the last sort of 6 to 9 months is probably one of the most exciting products that I've actually used. So let's start with the camera body. First of all, just to kind of talk about this, we have a couple of parts here. These are the MSB ones. You don't have to use these, but basically they attach to different plates and things like that. We have the MAP 2 here, and it's got rod support. We have the EVF coming off of here. And the beautiful thing about all of these is that they have captive screws. So, and the other thing is that when you're building up an Alexa Mini, it's all an M3. It's one. Just, you understand how important that is. Standard Arri rosette. And what we can do is we can either have that at the top, we can have it at the bottom. I'm going to have Dan actually just mount those to the camera system. So we've already attached some of those things already. We have a broadcast plate here, which just attaches to a standard VCT base plate. This is great for a single operator. Obviously, if you're using this in a studio, we can pan it? Okay, good. So I'm going to go ahead and pan it. So we have permission. So you'll see here, so he's just going ahead and attaching that there. And this is obviously great for this type of situation. I could use this in a more cinema style by just leaving it on here, but if I was going to build this up, I could build it up with 19 mil rods. I could build it up with 15 mil rods. It's an erector set. So you go over to Arri and you say, I want to build this camera for this type of application, and then you get the parts to do that. So it's pretty great. So then we're going to go ahead and just attach the second one. And then, of course, that gives us a mounting point. The difference here is that we have this broadcast plate, and so that has Arri rosettes already. And so we've actually attached our master grip handles to those rosettes as opposed to the ones that are coming off of the camera body. And that's obviously a much better place if you're using these shorter rods, but they make these rods in longer lengths. So if you did want to come straight off of the Mini, you could. But I like these because it's pulling them out a little bit further, and then that's giving us even more sort of leeway when we're adding these motors and things like that. So that's basically it. We've got the MAP 2 here. We've got 2 MSB 1s, and then we've got the broadcast plate. But this MAP 2 here, that could be on the bottom if you needed to, and then you can get a spacer so you have the right height if you're going to use a follow focus system or you're going to use motors. And then we've just attached the master grips here. And that's, basically the setup. And then just so you understand how we're going to attach everything, with this particular setup here, we are using essentially a breakout power distribution box. This particular one is from Wooden Camera. And then we're going from here into here. We're getting power, obviously, from this. And then we can feed through all of these connectors 12 volt, 24 volt power to other devices and things like that. So it just gives you this very compact power distribution network that we can use all around. Over here on this side of this PL mount, and this is, by the way, an interchangeable mount. It's 4 captive M3 screws. This is incredibly strong. You can put, at a certain point, it's going to be a good idea to put a lens support. But this mount is much stronger than you're used to using on most of the camera systems you're using. And you can be very comfortable using compact cinema zooms without using a lens support, which kind of freaks you out the first couple of times that you do it. But that mount is built for that. But if I wanted to switch this over to an EF mount, all I would have to do is take the lens off, 4 screws, captive, comes off, put the EF mount version on it, tighten it down, and away you go. If you have back or front focus problems because of the way they build this camera, it's the lens. So it's pretty amazing in terms of what you can do. This particular one has an L bus or lens bus, this PL mount, which can power and also capture and pass metadata. So the idea here is that this is what we're going to use. I don't have to, though. There is a little box that Arri makes. If I wanted to use these master grips on a different camera system from a different manufacturer, then all I would have to do is basically use that little box to get power and then convert it to this lens bus, basically, protocol. And then it's a daisy chain. So we're going to run one cable from here, and then we can run it either into a motor or into the master grip, and then we daisy chain it, and then it passes power and communication through all of those things. You can get them in different lengths. So I think, Dan, we should just probably start to plug all of these in, and then first place we're going to plug it into is that L bus on that right side of the camera system. And then the way it's configured here, we're going into the first, this is a C-Force Mini, and this is our motor, and then we also have another C-Force Mini on the other side. There is a larger version of the C-Force, which is basically for higher torque, so when you're using certain and particular lens systems, you can use that. For a lens like this, it's not a problem. We can use the Minis, and those work out very well. An additional way, if you're using an Alexa Mini, that you could configure this is we can use the EXT output here, the external output. I could run that to one of the master grips. I could go from another, so basically it's EXT to L bus, and then L bus to another master grip, and then we just daisy chain to all of the different motors that are inside of the chain. So that's basically what we have going on here in terms of the hookup. Now, these motors support full fizz, so focus, iris, zoom. Right now we're only using 2 motors because we have a prime lens, but if we were on a cinema zoom, then of course we could gear it up for all 3 of those. And Dan's just going to go ahead and attach those to take those motors, and then he's going to basically gear that all up. And the trick is to really secure that into place, because the way the master grips work is as soon as we turn on the camera system and the master grips come up, they're going to automatically ask you to calibrate. So what we'll do is we will, Dan's going to turn it on. He's going to go ahead and assign, and let's just turn it, Dan, oh, they can see. But let's just make sure that they can see the FIZ here for the fizz, and then just use cycling through, or I'll just cycle through so you guys can see that. So we can cycle through and assign what that particular motor is doing. And then once that's actually done, and then you do that with the motor on the other side, then we can actually go ahead and start to calibrate. So Dan's just going to go ahead, and he's got that one set to, where do you want that one on? You're good? That's focus. And then he's going to set the other one to iris. So that'll be set to eye on the other side. And then let's go ahead and see that close-up of the master grip handles here. And do we need to, yeah, we'll do a little tilt there. And just a little bit more. It's like bringing in a slate with the reflections. There we go, pretty good. Okay, so you guys can see that, right? So now it's just swipe up. So you can only use this with lenses, clearly, with hard stops. Because what it's going to do now is it's going to calibrate. Close focus, infinity, and you want to do both of them? Just swipe. Yeah, let's go ahead. So we're going to do focus, and then we can calibrate the other one. So you guys can see that. So basically it's doing an auto calibration. And then every time you turn this on, you'll want to calibrate. Obviously, you need to calibrate when you put different lenses on there. So it's going to cycle through that. And then we'll do the same thing. I'll swipe up on here. So let's go ahead. Did it swipe up? Yep, there you go. So now we're calibrating our iris. And that's the first step in terms of using the master grip. And it doesn't matter if you had this on a different camera system, you would still turn on the master grips. You have to give them power, and it would ask you to swipe up to calibrate, and then it would go ahead and calibrate to those. So now we're just going to go ahead and pan that and get back onto the handles. And now you can see that we have, so there's 2 different types of master grips, actually 4 different types of master grips. There's a left wheel and a right rocker. I mean, I'll say that a different way. There's a left wheel and a left rocker, and there's a right wheel and a right rocker. And so you can decide. And you don't have to buy 2. So the nice thing about these is that you can actually I'll have Dan, you want to do that now, where we just unplug one and we just assign it to both? Or you want to do that in a little while? Do that in a little while. Yeah, but basically what you can do is if you only have one master grip, you can actually cycle through, and while you're shooting, you can switch it between focus, iris, and zoom. So you can, in fact, use one master grip to do multiple jobs if you want to. Really, in a real-world production environment, we would normally want to have at least focus, and we would want to have iris, so you can see, in terms of that. But if you were going to go ahead and use a cine zoom or some sort of zoom lens, then you'd want to take that rocker and you'd want to assign it to the zoom on there. So you can see here right now we're actually showing our focus, and because we are plugged into this L bus and because we have this protocol that's going between the Alexa Mini, all of that information is being passed through as information on the master grip. And this is actually a touch screen. So Dan's just going to start to swipe through the different menus here. Those are all assignable. In fact, let's go back to that previous one, and let's just turn this around. You can actually see it here. Yeah. So we actually have the wheel or the rocker itself. We have the control system, which is sitting on the top of the master grip. And then we also have two other buttons, but they're much more than buttons. We have the red one on the rocker or the wheel, and then we also have the joystick. And the joystick has 5 positions, left, right, up, and down. And then if you depress it, that's also another action. And this is all assignable. In fact, with the new firmware that they just came out with Master Grips, you can put the EF lens mount onto this camera system, and you can actually change iris, and it's a stepless iris. So I just saw it over a couple of days ago at the Arri booth, and it's very, very smooth in terms of what you can do. You can even set curves in terms of that. Yeah, let's go ahead and assign that. So one of the things we'd want to do here, so on this particular one here, Dan's just going to go ahead and hold down the button, and then we can see that there are all of those user button options, but then there are some presets, and he's going to go ahead and set that to up is going to be speed up, down is going to be speed down, so we're programming that to do that. And then he's going to do that, so speed up on the up joystick. Now he's going to do speed down on the up. We got to go back, Dan. That's a speed +2. Let's go and make sure that's on minus. And bingo. Good. And yeah, let's demo it. So now, should we turn the... Yep, so let's turn it. So that's slow. You guys can't see the gear, though. And then go ahead and go up and down on the joystick, and you'll see it's 1-to-1. And then it's going faster, and then we can do a 4-to-1. And it's very fast. So now let me turn this so you guys can see it. Dan, I'm going to just pan it, and now do the same thing. And we can just go up and down so you guys can see. So there it is in terms of that speed. And we can increase the speed, or we can decrease the speed using just that little joystick. Incredible control. So if you think about this in terms of being a single operator, and you've got your eye on your EVF. How's it going? If you got your eye on your EVF and you can just start to program all this stuff, this is all touch-based. So you're sitting there as a single operator. You are pulling focus. Let's show them. This is the best. So we're going to go ahead and... Yeah, we're going to set limits.
Okay, so you want to show them programming?
Yeah, we're going to show programming first. So let's get over here on the left grip, if that's cool. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to go ahead and we're going to show you how to set limits on here. So this way you can do a pull yourself, but we're setting limits on where that pull is going to be. So just so that you can see how that is. And are you going to assign that also? Yeah. So limit is being set to the left position of the joystick. So now what Dan is going to do is he's going to go ahead and let's just set that. Right now we're at 4 feet, 4.5 feet. He hit it to the left on the joystick. That's the first limit. And then he's going to go to whatever his next focus point is and then just hit to the left on the joystick. And now we have actually set limits on there. So from a follow focus, system perspective, pretty amazing in terms of what you can do. Again, it's this whole idea of being a single operator. and having that camera up on your shoulder and not constantly having to take the camera off your shoulder. And because we can actually see the screen and all that metadata is being transferred between the camera system and the master grips, we have tremendous control in terms of what we can do with this system. So it's a fantastic combination. So we look at this as a package together, yes, but also the fact that these master grips can be used very easily with another camera system. Because really the key is, okay, maybe we're not getting all of the same lens metadata. If you're shooting a special effects, visual effects movie, that's really important. Shoot it on the Alexa, get all of that data in there. They want to match that stuff when they're going to go in and they're going to do all of that stuff in post-production. They're going to build a CG environment. But if you're going in and you're just taking one of your other digital cinema cameras, what you need to do essentially is get power to that. That's the key, is getting power to that. And then, of course, if you're using standard cine lenses, you're not concerned about the fact that you're trying to communicate with the camera to change the iris. You're really concerned about the fact that those are sitting on the barrel of the lens. So when you're changing your iris, you're changing your focus, you're changing your zoom, that can all be done with master grips on any camera system as long as you have a lens that's geared for those different elements. So for us, it's really changed, and I think will continue to change how we approach, using smaller camera systems. And Dan is also an occasional, while he's a director, he has a background as being an AC and also a DIT. And when you're an AC, you can even use this system in other ways, but I think for us, it's just become something that has allowed us to do some very interesting things. I'm actually going to bring something up on the computer system now, just in terms of talking about a recent production that we did. And let me just go ahead and bring that up. So, whoa, don't look at that. You're not supposed to see that footage over there. But this is a recent production that we did for a company that's coming out in a few days. And basically, I'm up on the footage in terms of what you see there, but it was a shoot that we did for a company in the industry, and then we had Billy Bob Thornton, who was on there. And we used this exact system with a different lens. We used an Allura 30-80 as our main lens. And we actually, in our shot, started on a set, and then we set limits just like we showed you, and then we panned, but we did a whip pan, and then it was a single operator, and as he was whip panning, we set the speed of that focus to a very high speed, so when he whip panned, he just turned the master grip, and then when he landed where he needed to be, he had focus on that place. So you can just think about that in terms of, again, having situations where you don't have a traditional camera operator, a first, a second, and those types of environments don't exist in a lot of the productions that are being done now. So we have to have tools that are allowing us to do this, in an effective way. So it's been great in terms of an overall solution for us. So I'll just open it up for a couple of minutes to any questions. If anybody has a question, we have a microphone, and you guys can ask anything you'd like to know. Anybody have a question? No? Anybody? At all? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
In the EVF, you're seeing all that.
Yeah, you're seeing metadata. Yeah, data is being transferred. Well, when you're using an Alexa, absolutely, because that's the purpose of LBus is to pass data back and forth, and you can access that data there, and you can make changes. Like for instance, right before this session, this master grip was set to meters instead of feet. So then Dan went into the menu system here, and he changed that. And the new firmware update is giving you even more control in terms of how you can program each of these buttons and what you can do, which is one of the reasons why the EF lens now, EF mount, is a stepless iris control, because they just keep updating it. So it's kind of like the Sky Panel. They just keep updating the firmware, and it's beautiful in terms of that. Yes?
Can you set presets? So let's say it took him a moment to set up all the buttons there, but can you have presets set up so that always on this master grip I'm going to have these settings here?
Yes, correct. Yeah, I mean that's what you're doing. You're basically programming that into there, and that will stick in there. So that's part of until you override that, then you have those presets. So you customize the system for you as an operator, and then when you build up and you start to use your camera, it's the way you like to use the camera system. So again, tremendous amount of control, really geared towards, single operators in many situations. We still will go with the traditional flow when we talk about, pulling focus and remote, follow focus systems. That's a whole other area. But when we get a camera up on our shoulders, or even when we're built out in a studio environment, we can use the master grips to give us tremendous control in terms of what we do, scratching the surface. Feel free to go over to Arri's booth and check some stuff out. And thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to B&H's afternoon panel. Our discussion today is digital cinema trends here at NAB. 4K, 8K, HDR, high dynamic range, VR, virtual reality. We've got a really special panel here today. I'm going to ask each of them to introduce themselves. First off, I'm David Leitner. I'm a New York director of photography, sometimes a producer-director. Been in the field for many, many, many years. That's my background. Also, I guess incidentally, I was a technical director at Duart Film Laboratories years ago, so I have a foot in both post-production and production. I'd like to start on the end there. Phil Holland.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Phil Holland. I'm a director of photography based in Los Angeles, California. I had a large visual effects background before I went full out on my own as a director and DP. And I shoot a lot in the air with a helicopter as of late, but also on the ground for various commercials. Yeah, that's a lot about me. I'm really into technology, and I'm really into glass and shooting large format. Yeah.
Great. I'm Stephen Poster, ASC. I'm a director of photography, or as Vittorio Storaro would say, I'm a cinematographer. I did promise him on my next film I would be calling myself a cinematographer and not a director of photography. I'm president of the International Cinematographers Guild. We are a trade union. We are national. We have over 8,000 members across the country. There's some of them sitting here in the audience, and we represent in the industry directors of photography, camera assistants, camera operators, digital imaging technicians, still photographers, very important component in our union, and publicists, just because the union gave them to us. What can I tell you? And I was past president of the American Society of Cinematographers. I'm still active making movies. Thank you. And I love this show. This show is always a great opportunity.
Thank you,
And
Stephen.
Josh?
I love this show as well. My name is Josh Haynie. I'm the Vice President of Operations for Light Iron. We're a Panavision company. We're located in Los Angeles, New York, New Orleans. We've got a couple of other locations that we're going to be announcing soon. We are a post-production finish house. We also offer remote dailies and support for episodic features, some commercials, and documentaries. Prior to that, I was managing director at eFilm, a deluxe company, for 13 years at that location. Worked on a number of digital intermediates. Before that, Sunset Digital. So basically, my background is finishing, post-production. That's my world. So happy to be here, and thank you.
Great. So I'd like to start off by asking, what have each of you seen here that you think is groundbreaking? And feel free to add what you, in the process, what you think about the 4K is an accepted fact now, but 8K, NHK has their 8K theater over in North Hall. If you haven't seen that, you should. What do you think about that? And does HDR enter your work yet, given that it's right on the cutting edge?
Yeah, yes on all of those things. I'm primarily a red shooter, and I'm one of the very fortunate people to be shooting with the Red Weapon 8K VistaVision. I have one of those cameras. And I also have the 8K Super 35 Helium as well. And I am finishing in 8K. I'm also finishing in HDR as well. Mostly finishing out to 4K these days, though, realistically. So capturing at 8K, scaling down to 4K, much like our film workflow on features where we would scan it at, say, 6K and scale to 4K or 2K, whatever, and then go back out on the laser recorder. I think in terms of what's been groundbreaking for me at this particular NAB, so far it's really a story of glass and format size. We now have a lot of new lenses being released for all of these different format sizes, from Super 35 to VistaVision and to 65 millimeter even. So it's from a cinematography perspective, it's rather exciting, and the glass is coming in at all sorts of price points. We have, like, I think Sigma with their Cinema Art lenses. They're probably the cheapest primes at the show.
Least expensive.
Least expensive, yes. Not cheapest, yes. because they're actually quite good.
Yeah, they're very good.
The
I've used them already.
Yeah, they're wonderful. I have shot recently quite a bit with the Tokina Cinema Vista Primes. I have a short film showing here. I think a really good story is the Zeiss CP3s, because the CP2s were kind of a game changer in terms of the industry, putting affordable optics into that price point when the 5D Mark II came out in 2008. So now this is sort of the DNA moving into a bigger brother with lens data at a very low price point that's never been seen before. And then what do we have? We have the Cooke S7s for VistaVision as well, the Leica Talias for 65 millimeter. So I'm all jazzed about the glass. There's some new lighting tech I'm very excited about as well. But I'll let you guys take it from here.
I like that you started at Super 35 and went up from there.
Yeah, it was kind of all my favorite formats. I like working in VistaVision probably the most, honestly, but Super 35 is like, I don't think that's going to change as the bread and butter format for the industry. There's a lot of power behind that particular format and how glass plays with it and all of that. Plus the camera size can be, kept down pretty small.
Speaking of VistaVision, have you shot? I call it 8-perf.
Yeah.
Still photographers call it full frame.
So I've been fortunate and have the film background. So I have worked on VistaVision, and I've even put some of the classic lenses together that I used to use on those cameras back in the day for the modern digital cinema cameras from Red, and now Panavision's also using that technology behind their DXL. So, and they have a ton of glass options that cover all of these different format sizes.
Forgot the new speed Pancros.
Yep, those. Well, are they? They're what's old is new again. On
Exactly.
Those,
I mean, Stephen, you probably used the original speed Pancros.
I think I did. Yeah.
There you go, Stephen.
And the ball towers. Hello. Good. Yep. Am I a fan of the K Wars? No. I really am not. And I think that what we're striving for. 4K, 8K, 4K, 6K, 8K, $1, whatever. We have to find a level where we are not losing the ability to suspend disbelief. If you're talking about narrative, if you want to look out a window, go see that 8K monitor or the 8K display from NHK. I've been watching that for how many years it's been around?
Quite a number.
And it's great. It's like looking out a window. Looking out a window is not telling a story. And I think that what you see in terms of the vintage lenses, now that's what they're calling them, the vintage lenses, is taking the ability to record that much information and taking it down to where it's a level that an audience doesn't have to see every pore on every face of a poor actress's physiognomy.
Yeah, and I think that's largely dependent. I mean,
no, it's not.
It's
not. There are physical and emotional and neurological experiences that go beyond allowing someone to suspend disbelief. I'm telling you, I'm working with Baylor University and their neurology department, and we're doing brain scan testing to determine what part of the brain is lighting up. And when we finish this research, you are going to see that there are certain things that affect the audience emotionally.
Right.
And part of it is too much information. So I find a way to use vintage lenses and diffusion in a way that allows the audience to then come into it and suspend disbelief. And I think that's something that we have to be very careful for. It's great to have the overhead of 8K. It's great to have the overhead of the Red Weapon and the 65 Alexa and the Panaflex, the Panavision camera. It's great to have that overhead. But my objective is to take that overhead and use it for something else and
that I'm all
squish
about.
it down.
That I can agree with you.
I'll take overhead anytime. When we started scanning at 6K, it was great to have that overhead. Now that we have, I just shot with the C700, which is phenomenal. It's like 16 stops of dynamic range. But what did I shoot? I shot 2K 12-bit. To me, the next K-Wars is not going to be resolution, it's going to be color depth.
I agree with that.
And I really believe that to shoot a 2K 12-bit as opposed to 4K 10-bit is it's a much more pleasing format.
Yeah.
I think that's unanimous. I saw foreheads nodding as you said that.
Right.
What have you seen that's breakthrough here?
You know, I think this is an incremental year. This is not necessarily a breakthrough year, although there's some terrific lighting equipment. In fact, go to Matthews. They have a kit that blew me away today of how to use baby heads, juniors, on all the various different attachments in one set that is convertible from any size to any size. Now that's a piece of mechanical equipment, but it's really
You mean
really
for mounting?
Yeah, for mounting lights,
right.
it's really brilliant. But most of what I've seen is incremental. Tiffin, for instance, has some wonderful new neutral densities that are so clean. I tested them up to 2.1, and there is no IR pollution in them. They're called the Nats, or the Naturals, in reference to Nat Tiffin, the father of the company. But those are great. The new, in fact, at Tiffin also, the Volt. If you haven't seen the Volt, it's an active gimbal in a little thing. You put your iPhone on it, you can run with it, and it's just remarkable. So those are incremental improvements. I think I haven't seen anything that is so breakthrough that is causing a lot of excitement.
I would say that some of the things that I've seen, because I have to be agnostic, I have to deal with GoPro all the way to 8K. The bit depth discussion is so exciting, but it really affects my world in the size of the files. And so the folks that are on the perimeter that maybe, we're all taking cell phone breaks, I'm finding little things out there. The smaller companies that are coming up with automation, they're coming up with metrics, they're coming up with some software things that are going to make our workflows better, because really our goal is to create convenience. Make it very convenient for the filmmakers, for the studios, for the budgets, and make it as seamless as possible, because we're in the business of also helping to educate the folks that have to deal with all of this stuff, and it takes a lot to learn it. They just depend on us, the professionals, to figure it out, make it simple. So I've found some really great things on the peripherals of the halls. Some new folks that are coming out that are taking the chance to say, I'm going to go to NAB and offer up this little thing, and that's been pretty exciting. These little nuggets that we find that are in the very backs or in the little portions.
Yeah, I do that too. I wander around the edges.
You wander around the edges, and you never know what you're going to find. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah.
Right. Two things I've noticed. I think the two big stories this year are glass, I agree with you, and HDR, because HDR is on everyone's lips, and everyone's a little bit fearful. They're not quite sure what they're getting themselves into. They're 3.5 standards, you might say now. It's percolating. It's not settled down. We don't quite know how it's going to affect us directly. I'm a fairly heavy, I only shoot log gammas, and I'm a fairly heavy DaVinci Resolve guy, and so I grade all my own footage, and I know how to bring the skies down and do all that kind of thing. So I'm already fitting 14 stops into a 709, Rec 709 contrast, what's allowed. But what I'm noticing in HDR, and I want to ask your opinion about this, I've noticed two things. I've noticed, one, that chromatic aberration created by the lenses is much more visible now. Because in HDR, the appearance of saturation is greater, and fine color differences, fine detail, seem to be more apparent. The second thing I've noticed is that faces. If you have big pores on your face, and you've got a lot of shine on your face, watch out. Have you guys noticed anything like that?
I'm working on a couple of interesting things. I have been working in HDR10, and I'm currently working on a Dolby Vision project. And I think what's frustrating from my perspective is HDR is trying to use the heavy mallet to sell it. A lot of people are showing off demo material that's like really bright and really dark. And as you're mentioning, you're seeing more of the chromatic aberrations. You're going to be seeing more of the camera noise because of the contrast levels. But for what's more exciting for me about HDR is its promise to deliver better color and better dynamic range on a visible level. Because like you said, you're already fitting everything into a smaller container, so you'll have a slightly bigger container, and that's where the art form is going to be. When we have a film workflow, and for the bigger studios, like the work I've done for ILM or Rhythm and Hues and like that, we have a 16-bit pipe. So when we go back to film, we're going back out at 16-bit. So if you're talking Dolby Vision, you're talking 12-bit, HDR10 is 10. Really the art and craft with HDR, right now we're in the baby steps still. I would say this is like toddler years. We're learning how to walk. Soon, as people start to unlock its potential, there'll be much more nuance, and you'll be exposing differently, and what you'll be getting is truer, vibrant reds, more interesting skin tones, more variation, subtle hues. That's what's exciting for me more about HDR than having an explosion like clip out to bright white and 4,000 nits and explode your eyes. No, it's about using that highlight roll-off and exposing accordingly and finding a beautiful image that will fit in that format. That's what it is for me.
My catchword with HDR is just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Right.
And I think that's something that as artists we have to be very cognizant again. Again, it's great to have the overhead, but do I want every shadow to be visible? Do I want every window not to be burned out if I wanted that effect? So, we have to use it tastefully. It's to me, it's a matter, I just personally, I cannot shoot without diffusion on the lens. I can't shoot without having some way of messing up the image. And if it's so perfect and you have range from the morning to the night, if you have that kind of range, you have to be careful about how you're telling the story.
On that point, we had a HDR session, and we had mastered for P3 theatrical release, came back for the Dolby Vision pass, and there was a scene that the cinematographer didn't want to see the filament in the bulbs. It was a very crucial scene. You started to see the filament of the bulbs, and your eye went to that as opposed to what was going on in the actor's face while he was about to make a very important move. And the cinematographer said, no, don't, clip that out, get rid of that, I want that out of there. So that was an interesting thing. There's a couple of things with HDR that I want to go over is that we have to remain agnostic. We have to have these offerings, so we have to be educated and understanding the Dolby Vision route. One thing that's really interesting is a few years ago we were at a tipping point. Was our master film or was it digital cinema? We've been getting questions on now, is our new hero master for the finish of the show, is that going to be the HDR pass? Is that going to be the final? And then we'll make all of those elements down. So we're in that tipping point of scheduling these things and working them out. But what we've also done is in our testing phase. So we get involved early on when we're testing the different cameras, lenses in our pre-dailies process. And now one of the stops on the testing train is, okay, now let's take a look at, we've seen it projected, we've seen it in 709, now see it in Dolby Vision. And as cinematographers, you make the choice of what you want to do. And that's really critical, is to show that HDR in the testing phase.
I've got a very critical question for you.
Yes.
When you're mastering in all the formats, and you do an HDR and you do a standard range, which do you do first artistically? Because I've heard two different opinions on this.
Artistically, we've been asked, that's where we're at the tipping point. Most folks, they see that HDR, they want to start with that. But however, the P3, the DCP, is what needs to go out first. Sometimes on the theatrical side, we have to feed the international markets first. So that now controls the schedule. If that needs to go out first.
I've heard, just not in terms of scheduling or anything, what I've heard from people who have done HDR masters, that they'd rather start with the standard master and then go to the HDR, because once you do the HDR, it's very hard to go back to standard.
Very true.
So that's I'm taking notes on that. Because,
well, I think we're in that tipping point again where we were at maybe 5-6 years ago, maybe even more, of was our film print the hero, or is our digital cinema element the hero, P3 versus film?
Yeah.
And so that's an interesting thing that we in the finished service have to navigate and walk through with filmmakers, studios, producers, all of that.
On film, though, I always did the biggest format I could possibly first. And then by the time I get to pan and scan, I walked out.
Yeah, we still have pan and scan.
Yeah, I know.
On this topic, I think one of the more interesting variations we're finding these days is we have digital streaming distribution that has HDR and SDR going out.
Right.
So people can be experiencing two different versions of the content. You can have your best friend watch a film, and you can watch a film and have a slightly different experience. And that's
Right.
also a weird variation we've never had in the industry before.
Right.
It's interesting you mentioned streaming because HDR can't be encoded into ATSC, at least the current ATSC. So it can't be broadcast. It can be streamed. You can get it over the top.
Yes.
You could get it through Blu-ray. Of course, you can go to the theater and see it in a cinema, but you can't get it over the air. Now, that's interesting. That's never happened before. ATSC 3.0 will include the possibility of encoding HDR, but not the current broadcast standard of the United States. See, that's kind of territory we haven't wandered into. There's another. I want to ask you about something else. We capture the images. We post-produce the images. We tweak them, get them just the way we want them because we're artists. Then we send them out into the world. So we're only wrestling with half the equation. What about all of those flat panel displays coming from all over the world?
That are all set on motion interpolation.
Some of which can reproduce an HDR standard that's open. Some of which are trying to reproduce an HDR standard that's not open. It's proprietary. Are you concerned that you're never going to see that image again that you saw?
I would be super happy if we could all agree upon a certain type of standard that could be universal across all manufacturers. All of this motion smoothing or even the sharpening, some of the noise reduction even kills some of the weird details. You'll see artifacts on like tendrils on clouds and stuff. But I'll say this, I'll go backwards. One of the biggest problems on the feature films I worked with back when things were hard, the guy who hired me first in the industry many years ago was the guy who invented the 4K film scanner in the mid-90s and won the Technical Academy Award for that. So I have a background in this world, and it was always hard, very hard, to get the film that we were creating at the studio into the eyeballs of the audience because of the variation of motion picture prints and just aging and how many print runs and things like that. Digital held and still holds all of that potential to allow content creators to create a visual master and allow for people in a properly calibrated screen environment, like a digital theater of some sort, to see what the creators intended. And the closer we can get to the time where that is just the norm, because we're spending millions of dollars on productions, sometimes hundreds of millions of dollars on productions. And it's a travesty that the audience member who's actually paying for it is seeing something that, say, your big director didn't really sign off on, or your award-winning colorist didn't sign off on.
But you're describing theatrical exhibition.
Oh, I'm talking just the screens, too. Having a standard across the industry on all of the LCDs, OLEDs, whatever is going to be happening.
Well, LCDs and OLEDs can't really
No, that's another variation.
But hang on a second. Are you aware that every set delivered to a consumer in America is delivered in what's called dealer mode?
Yeah.
And that is all of the bells and whistles of motion interpolation and smoothing and sharpening turned up as high as they can go.
Don't forget
every
saturation.
Set and saturation.
Saturation.
Every set in America that is delivered to a consumer is in that mode. And it's very hard to go into the menu if the set allows it and turn that off, because there are about 4 or 5 different components that you have to know to turn it off. And it's motion interpolation makes everything look like a telenovela. It's really terrible. We've got a petition called Stop Motion Interpolation that you can sign, get online and sign. And the reality is all we want is a button on the remote that says movies, sports, It would be very simple to do. And we're talking to manufacturers about it. But this idea that the engineers and the marketing people think that we have to give the audience something that is so abhorrent to us as the artists. You can't watch a narrative piece in motion interpolation and see anything that doesn't look like live television. The minute you get off of 24 frames, you lose that ability to see to make it look like a narrative piece.
Yeah, don't go over to the NHK 8K,
120
120 frames per second display. You won't like that.
In 1990, I did an experimental piece for NHK and Sony and Panavision. It was one of the first narrative pieces ever done on HD. And they asked me to see if I could make a motion picture on one of the new cameras. And it was an analog camera. It was a tube camera at the time. And I said, well, what's the script? And they said, what do you mean script? I said, who's the director? What do you mean director? I said, well, you want me to simulate making a motion picture. What did you think I was going to shoot? Oh, just on the beach with a couple pretty girls. I said, that's not a motion picture. That's not telling a story. And we ended up doing a 15-minute short. Yeah. So, because that's what we were trying to do. And I tried very hard to break the camera, and I did a few times. We had a cable about that big going back to a bread truck with all the broadcast equipment on it. It was a very interesting experiment.
Yeah.
You know, the question I want to ask is, what happens after 8K? Speaking of the Ks, do we go to something else? I don't know. I'm not there's no answer to that.
Well, I have an answer, actually.
Do you?
Okay.
I wrote a white paper called The Window Effect, which has everything to do with human visual acuity. And also, I mean, I'm not disregarding the art and craft of cinematography, adding filtration and producing something, crafting an image rather than just trying to look through a window, even though the paper is called that. I've been fortunate to work with 70mm 15 perf IMAX, and probably one of the few people to properly scan it at the correct resolution, which is quite high. You know, we're looking at 11 to 14K, maybe a little bit beyond. It depends on the film stock. But that's also very, very difficult, very, very expensive, and time-consuming. So what does that mean for us? Well, I think right now in homes, we're really trying to navigate 4K adoption. I think we can all say that 4K is really happening. There's so many benefits to it, and people tend to enjoy it. I can just walk around here and watch people watching the 4K displays, and they're like, that looks so good. I got to get a new TV. I'm just behind people. Like, it's kind of spooky sometimes. I just want to hear what they're doing, you know, and that's what they're experiencing. And I know so many people are going by that Dell booth and looking at that little teeny 8K display.
Yeah.
You can't see a damn pixel on that monitor. That is a beautiful thing. And it is like looking through a window, but all of the images that they're showing on it are literally like, you know, still images, a slideshow. They want you to see that kind of detail. Beyond 8K, I do see things that would lead to a 10 and 12K finish. Beyond that, the only real solution for me is 16K, and then let me get there. 16K as a format has a lot of power because when you start talking about VR and getting the correct resolution per eye, that is also something that's very powerful. So getting to a medium that is that flexible and that hopefully digital artifact free, so it's just a clean medium that will project the glass, project your filtration, project your choice, and having that detail that you want captured, that smoothness will be there, no pixelation. Then you actually have a proper medium, that digital medium that will be probably around for a long time. Beyond 16K, if we ever go beyond that, I have no idea what's going to happen.
We won't be around.
But
you know, a little kid born
we
today,
will.
a little kid
I
born
hope I will.
today won't know what a pixel is.
That's, well, I
You
don't.
won't see them.
Yeah, maybe.
Not
Yeah.
like we did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not like we did.
You've seen the little kids like pressing the magazine pages to see if they can move things around. It doesn't.
But just to make a note about
Going
this,
up to a television and doing that.
Yeah, just to make a note about HDR and resolution, it's very interesting because I've been at NABs a lot, and there's a lot of like conversations that we're having. Resolution versus dynamic range, your choice. I don't want to be that divisive. I'm a image creator at my core. I want it all.
Yeah.
If it's the difference between
Have to
shooting
have it all.
high dynamic range 2K and lower dynamic range 4K, my first question is why can't we shoot high dynamic range 4K?
It's not zero sum.
Like, why is it so like?
Yes,
it feels like you're
exactly.
arguing with a child. So
Exactly.
You know,
Speaking of
I did an interesting experiment on the last film I did. It's coming out in June called Amityville. It's another Amityville, yes. Where they wanted to, we had shot in 12-bit.
Okay.
And they wanted to scan at 8-bit to save money. And I said no,
You need to give us
you're
a call.
gonna lose. But no, wait a minute. Listen to what happened. I said no. Let's do a test. I want to show you there's a difference.
Right.
Once the material had been captured at 12K, we did 8-bit, 10-bit, 12-bit, and 16-bit. You don't lose. If your original material is 12-bit, you don't lose the color depth going down in terms of remastering. It blew me away, blew everybody away.
Right.
It just was that it was built in. It was built in naturally.
Right.
You'd already graded it, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the nature of it. So
Sure.
when if you're capturing an 8-bit and then working an 8-bit and then going back out at 8-bit, that's the bad news.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
12-bit to say 10-bit or 12-bit to 8-bit or 16-bit and all the way down.
Yeah.
That's what you have that flexibility with. So that's moderately understandable. But 8-bit is still risky, I think.
Oh,
for
yeah.
gradients.
Absolutely.
Phil, you brought up VR, and we should touch on that because there is a little crest of a wave of VR here.
Yeah.
You go over to Nokia in the North Hall and
Right.
look at what they've got. A lot of stands have little VR demos. What do you think? That the idea that we need even more resolution because VR would require us to look around, that's intriguing.
I am absolutely excited about VR. I've been able to work in VR, but I am also madly in love with a two-dimensional image. And I just saw something actually with Gordon Ramsay shot in VR where it's Gordon Ramsay at a counter and everything, and it's this whole room, and it's one of those shoots where they shot 180 and then shot 180 reverse because they cleared the crew. But like everything we're focused on is right here. It's not here. So it's kind of freaky. But also in my little window effect paper, I talk about what's really important about a VR experience. And one of my most disturbing things, and as we get into augmented reality as well, right now VR is not a very casual experience when it comes to watching motion picture content. You put this thing on, you lose out your world. You can't flip over your burger that you're cooking in the kitchen while the TV's on or anything like that. You're going to burn yourself because you're going to be cooking blind. But what I think will be really powerful for VR is productions that focus on your field of view in the periphery and not worry so much about what's going on at the back of your ponytail. That's the real world of VR, and I think people need to focus more on the resolution of where it can be an immersive experience when you look around and let people sit down and enjoy the content that way. Because I'll tell you, it's very rare, unless I'm watching a horror film, to get up and turn around.
Remember Cinerama?
Yes.
Exactly.
I know Stephen remembers Cinerama.
Yep.
What?
You could look
Cinerama.
around.
I saw the original Cinerama in Chicago.
I did.
At the Mike Todd Theater. Right. But I have to say, VR, there's a lot of money being put into VR, but they have not come up with a solution for narrative work. A story is directed by a director to have an audience show what the director wants the audience to see. There is no solution yet to make VR work for narrative. I've seen a ton of stuff. I've seen a few things that might even get close, but you have this impediment on your head that takes you out of the ability to suspend disbelief. The other problem is they can't solve the problem of VR sickness. So you're talking about 20 to 30 people, 30% of the population who can't watch VR at all without getting sick.
Yeah.
My friends at Baylor have been working with some of the VR companies to try and solve the problem. Resolution doesn't help. Frame rate doesn't help. It makes it worse. So, is this a format that we're going to see mass storytelling on? I don't think so. There's great uses for it. There's wonderful.
I think the potential for video games is
video
very high.
games, training, medical stuff when the resolution gets better, real estate, all of that is terrific. But telling stories on it, the jury is out.
On our side, we get a lot of discussion. We talk a lot about it. When it comes down to it, it kind of falls off.
Yep.
It's like, let's do this, let's plan, we're going to do this, we're going to do this testing. Then when it comes to it, somewhere along the line, it doesn't come back. So we don't get a lot of experience in it as far as actually doing it, but we've talked a lot about it. So, seen some items here that have been great, but it's just where is that push with either the studios or with the Netflix, the Amazons, that type of thing. So we're waiting for it.
AR, I don't know how AR is going to fit in narrative work. I don't think it will. But to have these tools to use for other purposes, it's a great idea. But to do entertainment on it, you know, unless it's a sport or you know, something like a Cirque du Soleil.
Yeah.
These are good uses of it. But
exactly.
But just in terms of storytelling, I don't think it has it yet.
Last year, Ang Lee showed a 10-minute clip, I think it was, of Billy Lynn's halftime walk.
Yeah, I saw the original.
And do you remember that someone asked Ang afterwards in a Q&A?
Yeah.
Ang, you've done HDR, you've done high frame rates, you've done 3D, you've done 4K, you're using laser projection, Rec 2020, all this stuff. What are you going to do next? VR? And Ang said, he thought about it for a second. He says, yes, I'm going to do VR. But the thing is, you're going to look in the direction I tell you to look. You're not going to look over there. You're not going to look over there. You're going to look in the direction that I take the story where I want you to look. And other than that, you can look wherever you want, but you're going to look that way. That's my VR.
Right.
And I thought that summed it up beautifully.
And I think some narrative content will find success with VR because I can definitely see POV style of storytelling being very powerful. But in terms of the art and craft of motion pictures and how many people have spent their lifetimes developing techniques to move the camera and frame people and block people, VR's got a lot of problems with that. And VR works better as a stage play. You end up directing it like you're directing a play, more or less. But still, you can't solve problems. If you try to cut and then go into close-up, you feel like you're jumping through space and time. And then you can't always have someone walk up and show you something. That's also weird. So we're going to get there. I think some things will have a lot of success, but I think for a lot of how we experience a movie, I always kind of view it as a painting. You know, I'd like to see it up on a wall somewhere and enjoy it that way because that's kind of what it is for me.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
but I have some friends who are working with or experimenting with creating a theater setting in VR so that the surround is the theater and then doing the VR within that. So which is interesting.
The VR that was really compelling to me was the high school student that had 5 different choices of where he was going to go to college. The high school student that had, the football player, if you will, that had 5 different choices of where was he going to go to college. And then one coach said, here, I want you to watch this. And it was the entrance in running into the big house in Michigan. Where did the kid sign? He signed in Michigan because he's like, that's the experience I want to go with. You know, that type of thing. And that's where I see it as incredibly powerful.
Where it's very powerful, very useful.
Exactly.
You know, you put VR on a drone and sell a house.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I could see it being used also for fantasy games, something
Yeah.
equivalent
the
of a
video
video game.
stuff's been impressive already.
Exactly.
You know, here's the elephant in the room that we're forgetting.
I know what
pornography.
I knew you were going to say that. I'm glad you said it so I didn't have to.
Somebody invented a hepatic suit that you can touch and the person across the world will feel it.
Yes.
And who bought the patents? The largest condom company in the Southeast Asia.
Yeah. I'll take it back into a little bit of a safer zone. One of the things I've really enjoyed on the Oculus and the Vive in particular is actually drawing and painting and sculpting in 3-dimensional space and having it's an oddly intangible, tangible object in front of you that you can work on. And I know a lot of my concept artist friends who are designing creatures and characters for film, even environments. It's a really fun way to work. And that's something that's going to be, I hope, expanded as we get some sort of haptic touch or some sort of vibration, something to give you some sort of tangible feedback because it does feel a little odd when you put some virtual clay somewhere and then as you're working on it, you kind of can go through it or you could walk through it.
Right.
You know, there's an interesting concept of when you say a word, when you say it, your breath comes up, goes past your vocal cords, comes out your mouth. There's a neural experience of saying that word. It's different than when you're experiencing something without that kind of physiological and neurological experience. I'll give you a quick example. Asshole is different than ASSHOLE. And this is what we're dealing with virtual reality. I remember a couple years ago, we were at the Paris hotel, and I heard a family saying, "Well, we've seen the Eiffel Tower. We don't have to go to Paris now."
Right.
So what are we doing societally with all these new developments? And that's something that that we have to think of in terms of the sociology of all of this?
Well, I think we've run out of time because we're just getting someplace interesting.
Yeah.
You know, we've gone from speed Pancros through Cinerama to VR to past 8K to beyond to some dimension that I'm not even sure I'll live to see.
And we got to porno too.
Yes. So on that note,
so we've covered it. We're there.
I'd like to thank our panel, Phil and Stephen and Josh.
Thank you.
And if you'd all like to give a real hand into the
Thank you very
virtual
much.
audience out
Thank
there,
you,
a virtual
Stephen.
hand.
Always great seeing you.
It's a pleasure.
Phil?
And thanks B&H for sponsoring this
Long
panel.
handshake,
Long
but
handshake.
we'll get there.
Yeah. We'll hug it out later.
2 came to the market, and he was looking for answers, how to work with a large sensor camera. Unfortunately, he couldn't really find the answers, or in some, it was at that time, the forums were very popular. He was kind of rejected, so he just opened his own site and called it Cinema 5D. And he ran the site for about 5 years by himself. At that time, he was still a student. And this is a very, very demanding job. If you run a site, you have to do by yourself everything. This is very, very demanding. And at some point, I met him. I thought actually that Cinema 5D is an American site. I didn't even know that we are located in Austria. And I didn't know that the owner of the site is actually Austrian. Everything was in English. And
well, you have to add that we are all based in Vienna, so the 3 of us, and in Austria. But I met him the same way. I mean, like, we all worked. We did reviews of camera equipment. I mean, here's our good friend Philip Bloom, who I met through Twitter at the same time when Sebastian started Cinema 5D. I did my own blog. Johnnie did reviews with Sebastian at the time.
I mean, I think it's important to say that we are all professionals.
Yeah.
We all work in the market. We all filmmakers. We all work either for broadcasters or doing different stuff. And that was actually the common ground to. We met each other at some events, and
I met Sebastian in Las Vegas as well. And I'm asking him, why are you running around like a crazy person alone? We're both in the same city. We don't know each other. We both struggle to fill our sites. And then the 3 of us teamed up and basically relaunched the website together 5 years ago. Got rid of the forum, which is a terrible thing to maintain. If you've ever run a forum, you basically need a lot of time just deleting, terrible comments. And I mean, it's not saying that every forum is like that, but it can get very nasty. Philip knows. And how's your forum going? See, he killed his forum too. We did it too, and actually gave it away. And then, and just restarted and relaunched the website, doing the things that we enjoy doing, which is doing camera reviews, like usually from the lower end, medium range cameras that are used for professional productions. We all come from a professional background. Johnnie worked for, BBC and a lot of other broadcasters for many years in news. Sebastian from film school. I'm coming from a film school as well. Did a lot of commercials and documentary work. So we have our different specialities, but we all were always, like budget productions. We had to find a way to make stuff look awesome without a lot of money, like so many others. And the 5D was the start, and then we were just trying to make it work. And somehow, when you start blogging, people ask for more and more and more and more, and you just have to do more and more and more and more.
Yeah.
And
so, actually, the route it's becoming a business in the sense that you have a responsibility. I mean, there is more information and more. You have to find a way how to communicate with your audience, and you have to know that everything that you write and everything that you review can and should have a consequence, because otherwise you can write whatever you want. So you really have to be responsible when you're running a blog like this. Also, the blog, of course, it deserves a lot of attention, and it's almost like a beast that you have to feed. That's why we have like a news section where we write about new equipment. We have like 2 or 3 posts a day, just people can get the knowledge of what is happening generally. And then we have the reviews, and we're doing different sorts of reviews. We will talk about it in a second. And then we have industry discussions, because the discussions, it's always very interesting to talk to other professionals in our field, and those can be the manufacturers, the developers, the engineers, and of course our colleagues. So we're doing it in a different way. And right now Nino is running with a convertible Mustang, actually not running, driving. And we have different guests from different sides of the industry. It can be users, can be manufacturers, and just talk about things that hopefully can enhance the knowledge of the people who are watching those episodes.
What we didn't mention yet is we have now, I mean, we really try to post on normal days, not during a show like this, but on normal days we try to post 2 to 3 news posts every day. That's a lot of work, and we couldn't do that if we didn't have a team of really dedicated writers. And all of them, they are from across the world. All of them are professional shooters. Took us a very long time to put this team together. They are amazing people. None of them are professional bloggers, so that's very important to us. They are all shooters. They come from with people who work in post-production, with people who do specialize in high-speed cinematography. We have people who shoot documentaries, with people who shoot a lot of narrative film here in California. So it's really getting broader and broader. And with them, we managed to feed the beast in a way, in a regular way. During times like shows like this, there's of course a lot more announcements, and we're here with a team of 7, and we probably post like 4 or 5 posts a day, with including video, every day of the show and after the show as well. Yeah.
So I think this is like a broad introduction of Cinema 5D. We're doing very well. Thank you for asking. And actually, I want to concentrate now and talk about the reviews, because many people are asking how do we do them, how do we choose the cameras, and so on. So first of all, as a basic rule, we decided to concentrate on anything that has a sensor size of 1 inch and up, because we want to, otherwise there is no end for the number of cameras that are out there, and I don't think that those cameras are really being used by filmmakers, unless, for example, GoPro or others, those have a specific use. Soon we will introduce a new initiative, but it's a bit too early to talk about it now, but we will also review different kind of cameras. A bit too early, I think it's a bit too early. So we have those 1 inch sensor cameras and up. Those can give you shallow depth of field, can give you a certain look that we are all looking for when we shoot. And usually the contact with the manufacturers is being done on a weekly basis, or we work very close with them. But, and this is very important to stress, there is always a very, very, very thin line between being in contact with the manufacturer and review the product, and afterwards write what you really think about it, because those reviews are not being sponsored by the manufacturers at all. This is very important for us to stress, and it's a rule that we set up for ourselves, and that's one of the reasons why B&H and in the rest of the world, and CVP in England are our sponsors, not a manufacturer.
If I might add, we have, so B&H has really supported us for a very long time now, and we're very thankful for that. It's very important to have a very large retailer support our site, because we earn a little bit of money and we finance the site and the whole production by affiliate is one stream, so we get a little bit of money if we send sales to B&H. The good thing about it is B&H has virtually everything, so it really doesn't matter what camera people buy, as long as they buy a camera. So, and that's very important to stress. And what Johnnie already mentioned is, we don't have sponsored reviews by camera manufacturers. We do take sponsorship from other companies for show coverage and big expenses like trips like this one with a big team. But even then, these are news posts, and we stay completely independent of the people who are at the beginning of the logo roll. For the reviews, we only have B&H for most of the world as a sponsor, and we're very proud of that.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we get the camera. One of the requirements is to get it as early as possible. Sometimes, actually, the camera is at the end of the what we call beta stage or so on. If the manufacturer is asking us to make it very clear that this is not the final version, of course we do this. And then we have the camera usually for 1 or 2 days just to get to know the camera. And if it's really interesting to review it, because if we get from whatever manufacturer the same camera over and over again, and there is no really, nothing is, the technology is not new, or the picture quality is not new, although sometimes you want to show but actually nothing has changed. It's not always that people must run and buy the latest and the greatest, because at times it's a different model, but the video quality is actually the same. And we are only reviewing the video side of those cameras. Even if it's a photo camera that can shoot video, we don't care about the photos. So first, of course, we have to learn the camera. We have to learn the menu, especially if it's a manufacturer that I can give, for example, an example, Fujifilm. Only lately they're doing cameras which are really interesting for filmmakers. Before they did a very nice photo cameras, but on the video side they were actually lagging. So that means same with Olympus. Olympus, the latest camera is actually it's a walking gimbal in the camera. It's a very interesting camera.
It's a 5-axis stabilizer built into the camera and the lenses actually. Yeah, it's amazing.
That's right. So this combination of stabilized lens and the camera itself, the camera body, gives a very interesting effect. But those cameras and those manufacturers are not very well known to the videographers. So that means we have to learn the menu. We have to understand what to press in order to activate certain functionality. And after we feel confident enough to operate the device itself, the next stage will be actually to find a true story, because it's very easy to run out, shoot something next home, to wave the camera next to a bunch of beautiful. Vienna is very beautiful. It's very easy. Yeah? But that's not the aim. The aim is 95% of the time to simulate a really working environment, because we are doing mostly documentaries, and I would like to see how that specific camera that I'm testing is actually working for me. So of course, I'm a bit limited because I'm working with one camera. Sometimes I'm working with one lens, or like a preferred lens, or several of them, but obviously I'm limiting my creativity with the tools that I'm using. But I'm trying to be accurate. So I have one camera, sometimes one lens, and then the process of starting to find a story starts. And in Austria, this is not always not always easy, because I speak only English. I don't speak German. I'm actually a fake Austrian. I'm not a real one. And then imagine that I write my emails to Austrian people, which are very nice, but at the same time, there's a structure in Austria, and suddenly they get an email in English that I am and who I am, who I'm representing, and it's a win-win situation, because they get a video that they can actually use for their marketing purposes, and on the same side they have to allow me to publish this video at the end. So of course anybody that gets this kind of email looking and say, who is this guy and why is he contacting me?
Yeah, so I mean, there are different types of reviews that we do. Johnnie does definitely most of them, and they are always kind of small documentaries about a person very often, because it's a contained little story, and he tries to put them in a real context, and you have a few hours to shoot it, and usually in like a one-man band type situation.
Absolutely.
When I review something, I try, depending on what it is, but it can be a music video or it can be a short film, which takes a lot more time to put together. That's why it happens much more rarely. But you need to find the right camera and the right project for that. We all different shooters, and that actually I think is our strength. We are very different people and we work differently, and we have different opinions. So before anything is published as a review on our side, we bang our heads together for days and disagree on many things. And there are often several reviews of the same camera, actually. I mean, like, you did the Ursa Mini Pro, and I did the Ursa Mini Pro hands-on. And and we don't always disagree, but don't always agree, but that's one of the strengths that we have,
yeah.
I think.
I think as long as everything is going well, there is no really problem. But I think if you find a feature in the camera which is really, really not so good, and it can be low light capability, it can be some noise in the picture, that's when you run into some type of conflict. And of course, the first thing that we do is go back to the manufacturer and ask him, is that how it's supposed to be? And if the manufacturer is saying, oh, it's a faulty unit, we will start all over again and do a new review. But if if that's how it is, then of course we are obliged to share the information with our audience. Yeah.
That's the downside of very often you get pre-production samples and they tell you it's a pre-production sample, and then they, sometimes say it's because of that. But I've never seen a production sample where these things were really different in the production sample. So it's very often very close to the final version, and not much changes, I think. There's also a third type of review which we do, did until recently, which were lab tests, which our colleague Sebastian performed. We did a lot of very scientific tests with charts and really measuring dynamic range and comparing all the cameras in a very scientific way, because the problem that people have is every manufacturer claims something about their camera. One say they have 12 stops, 13 stops, 15 stops. I think I've heard 18 stops. And we try to verify that with the scientific material that we have. This is a standardized test with a standardized color chart that is always the same, always exactly the same lighting conditions. So you actually, what Sebastian did, he established a master, which was the Alexa, because it just has still to date the best dynamic range of all cameras. And from that standard, we compared all the other cameras to that. That's just the dynamic range, for example, but also rolling shutter tests, color accuracy, skin tones, and stuff like that.
I think it's important to understand that the reason we're doing those tests is actually to give the user, the end user, the ability to actually compare between different cameras and sensors. That's why the lab test was actually born. And it's not always easy. Again, it's about responsibility. And sometimes if you don't do mistakes. Yeah. So of course, when you do, and we always try to do our best, sometimes it can be that we do mistakes, and then of course we'll share the outcome with the audience. I mean, that it can happen too. But lab test is one thing, and for now we will continue to concentrate on the actual reviews, because it's just more demanded by the audience. They want to see picture. They want to see how the camera is performing on the real world.
Let me just add something to the lab test. There's one thing that we can't really share on the site, and we can't go into detail here, but it has happened many times before that through the lab tests, we discovered mistakes in a camera that were not the manufacturers were not aware of, and we are really open in communication with them. And we have very close contact with them. So very often I think we were responsible for pushed firmware updates or something that was released a little bit later, because they realized, okay, well, the guys are right. There's something wrong with this. In this mode of the camera, it might drop a frame in the slow motion mode, for example. This has happened before with one manufacturer and one camera. Or, there's some type of aliasing that shouldn't occur. And then, we communicate with them openly, and that's part of the relationship, and I know that they appreciate that. They know that we are, they can't buy us for these reviews at all. Even if they, buy banners on our website, we will always be open. I think that's what our responsibility and our reputation is. We will never compromise on that. Yeah.
So I think it's a game in a way that everybody knows and understands. We get the cameras, we review them, we do write what we think about them. We never had a manufacturer that actually limited us in what we write. Sometimes the feedback is, the engineers are very, very sad about the results, and I guess the solution is just do a better cameras, so they won't be so sad. And everybody knows that nobody makes the perfect camera. Some cameras are better than others in different aspects. And then, of course, comes the writing stage. And the writing itself is also a very tedious work. It's not so easy in the sense that you have to translate your findings into words. And, of course, there's different ways to write the outcome. I mean, we can be really, really, it can be very, very direct to the point that actually it doesn't make sense, because we're not, we don't want to insult anybody. We know that people were actually working in developing those cameras. So the idea is to bring our findings, but in a polite way. That's what I want to say, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
to wrap it off,
just before, if anybody here has any question about those reviews, and yes, sir. Your name, please. Philip Bloom. Yeah. Philip, I'll tell you, it's very easy for me. I know.
Can you
the
repeat
truth.
the question for the audience?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Philip was asking if sometimes we feel like giving up. because of the comments that we get? For me, the answer is very clear and very easy. I know the truth, and I know that I'm not getting paid from any manufacturer for those reviews. I know that all of us are doing the best we can to avoid mistakes, although sometimes they can happen. So,
but it can be frustrating, definitely. I mean, you know how
frustrating is one thing, but
yeah.
None of us is thinking of giving up or stop. And but I tell you, the majority, you actually hear the minority who are very loud, and then they are very loud in an ugly way. If you knew how many emails we are getting from the people who actually say, just continue what you do, we are supporting you, that's always amazing and it's always encouraging. So I do believe that we have the audience, and if somebody wants to be vocal, that's fine too.
But I'm sure it's the same for you. I mean, but I know how it is. I mean, you get, for 10 positive comments or emails, you get one nasty negative one, which...
No, I mean, I think it's, you end up actually something like having, if you have 99 positive comments and you get one negative one, that's the one you'll focus on. But you're right, I mean, you do get, generally people don't give thanks in the comments, but more people will take the time to complain than actually say thank you, generally, because it's so easy to just say, oh, that was cool, but people can be very ungrateful, because you put so much effort into them, and especially Johnny does them better than you, because he puts stories into them instead of your little montages.
What?
And it's amazing, and it's, I look at your reviews and they're great, and there is nobody else who does as many as well as you guys. So without you people doing it, we find them blind, because I can't be bothered doing them anymore.
But I started because of you, so.
Not because of me. Anyhow, guys, thank you very much. If there's any other question, of course, we are very happy. Sorry? Sued?
It's a good question. We were fearing that we would be sued for something.
The fear is there. In reality, it never happened. I think there's a lot of communication before somebody decides to sue you. And I think there is actually no real reason to sue us. As I'm saying, nothing has been done intentionally. And if there is a mistake, or if there is a multifunction and that we are aware of it, then we will try to eliminate.
But I think, this also overstating it, like it's the process these reviews are made is, before you see especially the technical reviews, they've gone through weeks-long communications with the manufacturer. If they didn't reply to a mistake that's in there, it's actually their fault, because they didn't move it on to the right person, and that has happened before. And as Johnny said, it's a very open communication. We don't sit in our dark room and just, slash a camera because we don't like it and then publish it, like some others do, unfortunately. And so we are very open about that, and there's no hiding. So
the process is, if we found something wrong with the camera, we communicate with the manufacturer. We give them the chance to respond. Sometimes there is no response because of different reasons. But then we try with a second email, even saying the date that the review will go online. And if still there is no response, then we feel free to publish it.
Yeah, but it is a thin line. Yep.
Yes, please.
Hi. Are written reviews as important as video reviews, or vice versa?
Sorry, I didn't hear the beginning.
A written review versus a video review.
It depends of camera. Of course, it's a video review, because it doesn't make any sense to. It's almost like you want to study to swim. Maybe I can take an internet course.
Read a book.
So we need the actual picture. Written stuff can go more about news or some type of equipment that don't deserve the actual look. So
it really depends. For a lot of the accessory stuff, written stuff makes sense. Especially, some things are just not very presentable on a video. We do try to do more video reviews, even if it's us on camera, talking about something that we tested. Simply because we find that content on YouTube gets a lot of exposure organically. So we would reach people that we do not reach through our site. And we do currently have like 1 million people a month on our site, but there are a lot of people that we can reach through YouTube, which we wouldn't reach
Not yet.
Almost.
Yeah, and that's what I meant versus people who don't feel like reading, basically.
Yeah.
I started learning cameras later on, and I started doing so by YouTube. So I learned to do it through YouTube, and and then I learned about you guys, and I noticed that you guys do some written ones a lot. So it's kind of like going back.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
We are also planning on doing more video content in different ways because of that, and also educational content because of that. Yeah.
Is the future Snapchat reviews? Is that what
Oh
we're going?
God, no. I mean, Philip is doing a lot of Instagram story reviews right now. That's how he's covered.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more questions?
Then, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.